All right, welcome back to the show. This is your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. Welcome back. Um, we're going to talk about some interesting developments, some new releases, and maybe snoop around for some other stuff to talk about for the rest of the show. But I'm I'm very I'm very much looking forward to tomorrow's live stream, which is going to be a marathon. I have pinned the link to that live stream in the chat. As you know, I've been in this space for about a year. I've been producing watch related content since February 2022, and I had I had planned to have this live stream on Friday tomorrow to mark that occasion. But with the news that we have received on Monday, with the aftermath of the earthquake in the Near East unfolding, with now more than 20,000 people dead and more than 300,000 people displaced, I thought that perhaps I could do something good, um, perhaps something good from tomorrow's live stream would come out. So I have I wanted to dedicate that stream to those affected by the earthquake in Syria and Turkey. Um, all the proceeds from that stream are going to go to UNICEF, designated for children in Syria and Turkey. So hopefully that will be an incentive for you to participate, jump on the panel, contribute in the chat, in whatever like the stream, in whatever way you can. We can at least raise consciousness, if nothing else. And there's so many different charities out there, so many different ways that you can use to help also. So I'll focus on that for that marathon, which will start at 6 p.m. tomorrow, my time, which is 9 p.m. Los Angeles, 9 p.m. New York, 1 a.m. February 11th in London, 2 a.m. in Paris, and 5 a.m. in the region for February 11. Again, for me, I'll be starting at 6 p.m. Tomorrow, so that will be 2 hours earlier than this. Now, I have a further incentive that I wanted to present to you. If you have followed my community post from earlier today, you may have seen that our friend, our community member, Nish, has now received his watch. So I thought it was about time that I go forward with February's giveaway, with February's raffle, which will be this lime green dial Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers collaboration from last year. And since I wanted to actually reward people who have been here, who have been following me on YouTube, who have been subscribed, and who have been participating on these live streams, I thought maybe I can give back specifically to the YouTube community. So um, basically, every first and last person to super chat during a live stream through the month of February will be entered to the raffle. Everyone who has already done so, of course, and I will read the list in a second, that will be updated throughout the month, will be entered this raffle, right? So if you were the first super chat or last super chat on any of the live streams that I've done so far in the month of February, you have already been entered and assigned a number. As an exception, though, in tomorrow's marathon, in tomorrow's fundraiser that will start at, again, 6 p.m. Los Angeles, 9 p.m. New York, and 1 a.m. February 11th in London, 2 a.m. Paris. Each and everyone who super chats during that live stream will be entered to this raffle as well. And to repeat it again, for tomorrow's live stream, the full amount of proceedings from super chats will be donated at the end of the marathon on live to UNICEF, designated expressly for children in Turkey and Syria. So, that being said, so far, these are the entries of people who have super chatted first and last in live streams in February so far. Jake Brooks, since he super chats so much, already has 4 numbers to his name: number 1, number 9, number 11, and number 12. Niche has number 2, Nick Butter number 3, Bezels number 4, JJ Junior Johnson number 5, OG Baby Girl number 6, Bruce G number 7, Timepiece Esquire number 8, Hideaki Akaiwa number 10, John D 13, SP, who has already super chatted for tomorrow's stream the minute he saw the link. That's incredible. That's amazing. He has number 14. So just to clarify, the first person who super chats today will be number 15. The last person to super chat today will be number 16, so on and so forth. So as with last time, I will be conducting the raffle in the first week of March this time, and the random number generator on Google will give us a number, and that will be the number of the winner who will be the new lucky owner of this lime green dial Seiko 5 rowing blazers. So I want to go from this to another benefit, another charity event that Philips is organizing in Stadt. Oh. This is a charity auction that Philips, in collaboration with Bache et Rousseau, is organizing in Gstaad for Action Innocence, which is a children's charity. We'll read about it. They will be auctioning off 2 very special watches, 2 one-of-a-kind watches that were expressly made for this event. One of them is this FP Jean Octa that you're seeing, Octa Automatique, with the power reserve, the 5-day power reserve that's indicated right here. The main dial, of course, as is usually the case, on the right-hand side of the dial, and that 2-digit big date indicator right between 10 and 11 o'clock. And the dial design is very interesting and very fascinating, and apparently takes after 2 watches that FP Jean donated in previous versions of this charity auction. It kind of has this pattern of almost industrial flooring, but with the purple color, it takes a very unique aesthetic really takes on a very unique aesthetic, and I think makes for a singular watch. They will also have Richard Mille, which will be an RM6702. And that's a watch apparently that was associated with the French skier Alexis Pinturault, one of the brand's ambassadors. And the version offered at Action Innocence will be unique in that it will be the only RM6702 to feature the skier's stylized hand signature on the watch's sapphire display caseback, which unfortunately we don't really see here. The watch is also offered with a pair of skis made by Head that feature Richard Mille's logo. So a very interesting auction, very fascinating pieces offered for it. 100% of the money raised in that auction will benefit Action Innocence, and this auction will take place on February 16 in the ski resort Gstaad. In addition to the two watches auctioneered by Aurel Bach, guests will be able to bid on a selection of earrings and a lady's watch by Chanel, artworks by Richard Prince, Williams Godrich, and Mark Quinn, an original Karl Lagerfeld photograph, and other collectible items auctioneered by Rémi Best. And apparently, Action Innocence is a Swiss Monegasque foundation founded in 1999 by Valérie Wertheimer. Its mission is to protect the integrity and dignity of children, teenagers, and special needs individuals as they use screens and information communications technology. Very admirable and very important work. You know, one of the things that Philips consistently does in auctions is that they either have a designated set of watches or at least a handful of watches in every single auction that benefits a charity, and a lot of times those are charities directed towards causes supporting children, protecting children. So that's very admirable and very, very important. I'm glad they are going out there with a special purpose. Apparently, Aurel Bach will be there leading the auction, and some of the team will be also present to coordinate the telephones for incoming bids. Yeah, so this is the F. Bergeron is donating a unique Octa Automatique with a dial that reprises the color scheme and dial pattern of the unique Tourbillon Souverain and the Chronomètre Optimum watches that raised 650,000 and 200,000 in Swiss francs, respectively. That was 2015 when F. Bergeron presented a unique version of the Elegante and the Tourbillon Souverain, and 2017 when he presented a unique Chronomètre Optimum. So this watch, in its color scheme and pattern on the dial, is a throwback to those years. And last year, apparently, in this in the 2022 version of this auction, there was a unique version of Patek Philippe 5270T, which is a perpetual calendar chronograph that they offered in titanium with a kind of turquoise, let's say, or teal dial, presented on an alligator leather strap with matching contrast stitching as well, or in contrast stitching that matches the dial color, and that was a charity auction to benefit Children Action, which is a Swiss foundation. Of course, 5270T refers to the case material as titanium, which is not really a metal that's used very often by Patek Philippe. And I'm trying to remember how much that sold for. Let me see. I'm sure we'll be able to dig up that information. Just give me one second. Well, I think probably would be better served if we just search Philips's website from here. Let's say 5270T. Okay, auction results. Watches. Sort by oldest. That'll take a while. Let's do this. For some reason, I can't find anything about the actual sale of the watch. There are articles published in the May of last year, and there's nothing. That's very strange. Okay. That's very interesting. That they have a link here to the 5270, but that page just shows to shows the initial. Yeah, sorry about this, that I got distracted by this, but okay. Yeah, the Children Action website doesn't have any further information either. That's what we have there. Okay. Well, if anyone knows what the fate of this watch was, let's um, let's figure it out together. What happened to the Patek Philippe 5270T auctioned last November 7th, 2022 in Geneva by Philips? Yeah, because the piece was covered in May by all the major horological news outlets, and then there's nothing else. Very strange. All right. Now we are coming back to one of the Seiko releases. As you know, um, in addition to Grand Seiko, Seiko also has this sub brand that they call King Seiko. And within that series as well, they have just released a piece continuing to celebrate the 110 years that they have been in watchmaking. We have previously looked at the Seiko Prospects Save the Ocean. We have looked at Seiko's tribute in their Presage series to the first Laurel wristwatch that they have produced as well. And we have also looked at some of the Grand Seiko limited editions that they are releasing, and this is the King Seiko lineup's contribution to the 110th anniversary celebrations. King Seiko was a line that they came up with in 1961, and this particular piece has kind of a pattern on the dial that is reminiscent of a turtle shell, and apparently that is a subtle tip of the hat to the place of King Seiko's birth, which is the Kameido district of Tokyo, as it was once called Turtle Island, since the district kind of looks like the shell of a turtle, apparently. And of course, in Japanese culture, and I guess also universally, turtles with their long lifespan are associated with longevity. So it is, what better way could there be to celebrate 110 years, more than a century, that Seiko spent in watchmaking so far? Kind of dark brown that has a gradation and that represents several shades of brown on the dial as it fades into the black on the periphery. The watch has boxed sapphire crystal, which I think gives it a very elegant look, but also kind of a vintage inspired look, which again, I think is a great way to pay tribute. And it will be one of 1,200 pieces. In addition to the 7 link vintage inspired bracelet that is in matching stainless steel, they will also provide calfskin, textured calfskin strap that has this déployant clasp as well. SPB 365 will be available in April 2023. And the price will be around $2,000 or 1850 in euro. And the piece has about 3 days of power reserve, 100 meters of a depth rating, and the thickness is right around 12 millimeters. The diameter, again, in line with that neo vintage inspiration, right at 37 millimeter, with lug to lug width of 43.6 for the entire case. So 43.6, 37, and 12.1 in thickness. SPB 365, the King Seiko 110th anniversary edition with this turtle shell dial in gradient brown. And the pricing is right around 2,000 in US dollars and 1850 in euro. Hey, St. Peter, how are you doing? So we have started with the announcement on February's giveaway, and we have just covered the King Seiko release as part of the long-standing 110th anniversary celebrations by Seiko. And apparently there's also a few new releases by IWC, which I couldn't really find on their own website. So I might have to crib from some of the other outlets, and I hope you will forgive me for that. The simplest release in this is pointer date 39 millimeter Portofino, and these are essentially 3 different additions to IWC's Portofino series, which is, you know, in a way, the sleeker, perhaps more compact dress watch line for IWC, because Portuguesa always had that somewhat outsized proportions and inspirations of the original watch. IWC's Portofino, as the name might imply, kind of harkens to perhaps an Italian Riviera type of inspiration. And this 39 millimeter piece in stainless steel with a single Roman numeral at 12 o'clock and a pointer date at 6 with centrally deployed seconds, I think straddles those two uh, poles or those two aspects quite well. This sort of rather dressy formality and a kind of relaxed, uh, nonchalant attitude that one might associate with that sort of resort like setting. The dial is very clean, with, of course, Arabic numerals for the seconds and minutes, fully graduated to 60 and marked in red at 60 there, just as the end of the month is similarly marked. The pointer for the date is indicated by a blued hand, and the piece has a very simple closed case back and scales right under 11 millimeters in thickness. So, which makes this a very simple dress watch. Quite elegant, quite wearable by all accounts. Um, at 5,400 in Swiss francs, including tax. Of course, the pricing is a little steep for this kind of watch, if you ask my opinion. Um, I think the calibers inside these watches are Celita based. No problem with that. Um, in this case, probably it's a SW300, which forms the base of IWC's caliber 35160. Um, you can find a lot of watches that are based in similar uh, self-winding or hand wound Celita calibers or ETA calibers, um, well under $1,000, and certainly you would be spoiled for choice at 1,500. Um, so 5,000, $6,000 for a watch like this seems a little too steep, if you ask me. Just because it says IWC on the dial, but that's just me. Let's see if I can find visuals of the other watches, because there's a complete calendar and a perpetual calendar for the Portofino series, both of which I think come with um, an option in gold and another option in stainless steel. Let me see if I can find it. Thank you, St. Peter. Nice to see you, man. I don't know if you heard the announcement, but it's also on the community page. So if you want to take a quick look at that. Whenever you uh, jump on next time, we can also talk about the Kari Voutilainen lecture, and and what was talked about, who was in the audience. You can report on that for all of us. That should be exciting. So let's see, IWC Portofino perpetual calendar. Yeah, I think it's just on the website then. All right, let's just take a look at that. Yeah. Okay. So we were just looking at the new pointer dates, not the night and day, but the pointer date. Where is it? Okay. So in the US, it's 55.50 in American dollars. This was the piece that we were talking about, presented on a textured calfskin strap and a deployant clasp. And again, the straps are easily interchangeable since they have that little slit there open where you can easily take off the strap only to change it to something else. So this is the new pointer date at 39 millimeters and sold for 55.50. It has their movement 35160, which is, I think, built on the SW300 Celita base. A little bit too steep for that kind of movement, that kind of watch, unless you are really taken by the design of this watch, and unless you're a diehard fan of IWC, uh, which I don't even know what it means these days. Probably you would be more interested in the big pilot watches or pilot's chronographs, or maybe the Portuguese line than Portofino, but what do I know? So that was one of the releases of the day for them. And then they had the complete calendar, which again is presented in stainless steel and in pink gold. In stainless steel, it's 10,800 in US dollars, and in pink gold, it's $20,400. Let's take a look at um, at the pink gold version. We have a centrally deployed seconds hand that is heat blued, and the indicators for the date and the month are in concentric circles at 6 o'clock, and at 12 o'clock we have the day of the week as well as a precise moon phase indicator. The abbreviated Roman numeral is peaking right behind that subdial. Leaf hands, again, a very elegant watch, a rather beautiful watch, um, but the price point is quite steep, I think, for a watch in this segment with this sort of I think, with this sort of watchmaking, let's put it like this, quite mass produced. Clearly, the case is slapped on with a movement that's rather generic, since they have to make up uh, this much for this much space to reach the 41 millimeter case size, which is rather unbecoming, especially at this price point. But then again, um, brands that sell watches at an even higher price point sometimes indulge in the same tricks. So it would be unfair to single out IWC, but still, it needs to be noted. From an aesthetic standpoint, I actually do appreciate that if you have a watch that is in a particular shade of precious metal and you bother with an execution that has a sapphire caseback, um, match the shade of the gold, please. And at least they have done that. I don't know, maybe I'm too um, anal, no surprise there, but it bothers me to no ends that, you know, when Patek Philippe, for example, has pink gold watches with sapphire casebacks and self-winding movements where the rotor is in yellow gold. It just doesn't make sense to me, but maybe that's just me. I don't know. So at least IWC has taken care of that. Circular um, Geneva waves, although, of course, they're in Schaffhausen. So uh, I guess we'll take that as read. And finally, you have again everything completed with um, I think with a deployant clasp as well. Let's see. Okay. So details. No, it's actually a tank buckle. So that's what we have for the complete calendar in stainless steel 2. That's what we have as well, if I'm not mistaken. No, in stainless steel, you actually have a deployant clasp, which again is very puzzling, right? You know, if you are going to charge basically double the price in precious metal and give the people less, it it boggles my mind. But hey, IWC and Breitling are exactly the kind of brands who pull this sort of trick, who really try to pull wool over the eyes of the customers, which is really a shame, but it is what it is. The stainless steel version, which is 41 millimeters in case size, just like the pink gold version, uh, and right under 12 millimeters in thickness. In that same contrast of gilt dial furniture that is set off from the stainless steel case, which was the same scheme in the pointer date version as well. So the new pointer date is 5550. The new complete calendar in 20 in pink gold is 20,400. In stainless steel, 10,800. The complete calendar watches are 41 millimeters. The Portofino automatic pointer date is 39 millimeters. And finally, they have also released 2 new perpetual calendars. Let's take a look at the steel one, which is priced at 24,000, and it has this rather balanced dial Layout. Hey, St. Peter, how are you doing?
Good evening. I'm well. I'm well. I have to. I've been today and tomorrow. I'm actually doing field work. At this job site
Cool.
in Midtown, and so I can't. Unfortunately, I can't be as unprofessional as I normally am and stay. Till what the equivalent what the equivalent of 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning,
Ah, too
New
bad.
York. I know, man, dude.
Too
I
bad.
fucking love. I love it, man. But I did want to share just a couple takeaways from the Voutilainen lecture, which I'm really glad that I went to, and I'm definitely still bummed out that I flaked on my friend because she was like, so she's this character that she tries to get everybody queued up, right? Like she
Hmm.
told me, okay, it's either going to be Friday or Monday. The lecture was on Friday. She flew in on, or sorry, the lecture was on Monday. She flew in on, or the lecture, I can't remember if it was Monday or Tuesday, but she flew in on Friday and was like, okay, we can hang out these 2 days and that's it. Are you good for those 2 days? And I was like, yeah, sure, I should be fine. And that's before I knew about the lecture. Then HSNY sends me this email and I didn't put her in my calendar. And like, this is why it's like, you gotta fucking put shit in your calendar because if you don't, you'll just forget about it. Because
Uh-huh.
normally I got nothing going on, man. I'm fucking watching videos on YouTube, right? It's like that's all I do. So I was like, yeah, sure, let's go out, let's have a good time. And so anyway, the day before, or she called me on Friday after she got in and was like, "Hey, I'm in town. Do you want to hang out tonight?" And I was like, "Oh my god, like I have a big day tomorrow. I gotta go look at houses." And then she was like, "But we're still good for Monday, right?" And I was like, yeah, there's like this guy giving a watch lecture. He's kind of a big deal. She was like immediately got off the phone with me, was just so pissed. And
Oh
I'm like
man.
texting her like, "Hey, I'm sorry. Like, how about after the lecture? I could meet you at 9 o'clock." She was like, "That's too late for me. I have a big day the next day." And I'm like, fuck, man. Like,
Mm.
at least have some flexibility. Like, so like part of me is like, I feel bad that I totally bailed after I told her we were good. But at the same time, it's like, I really wanted to go to this thing.
And also, the thing is also, I mean, look, when it's a plan like this, I guess you could have forgotten about something else. But let's say it was something like, oh, it's I just met a guy like this, right? He had bought tickets to the Super Bowl, but it's also his daughter's birthday, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
So when I mean, it's still probably would be a crap thing to do, and he should probably feel bad. But at least in that case, he's going to attend an event that is socially endorsed, accepted. Everyone knows about it. It's and I guess that makes it more reasonable. But when you tell the average person, there's this guy who is Finnish, but he's based in Switzerland, and he makes some of the best watches in the world, and he happens to be here, and he's gonna talk about. I mean, you're already losing
Oh,
at
I
the first
mean,
sentence, half of the population easily. And
she knows I'm obsessed with watches. That's why when I told her, I
still,
was like, there's a watch lecture. She immediately knew, like, fuck, man, this guy's like his hobby and passion. He's his oldest friend. And like she was very gracious. Like when I went to Bay Area, it was like my first time in San Francisco. And like she took me to like all these crazy parties and stuff. And like, dude's fucking second night in town, she takes me to like a Mile High Club themed swingers party. I mean, that's a very San Francisco, like, "Hey,
yeah.
you have arrived. You have arrived." And I was like, I had no fucking idea what I was getting myself into. It was such a wild experience. And I would like,
Amazing.
I played it very casual and cool and just kind of observed, but it was fucking an experience of a lifetime. And so it was, she totally did like the whole thing, like took me to all these like wild parties and showed me around, let me crash at her place, and was just really cool about it. And like now I especially feel bad, but I will say this, that like I was really trying to make it happen. And
Hmm.
I was like, "Hey, I know you're friends, you wanna get time with your friends and stuff, but, like, like, can you, like, squeeze me in somewhere?" And she was being very rigid about it. So, like, at the same time, it's like, "Alright, well, like, it's not like we've been planning this for months, like, we planned it 1 week in advance, and, like, I've been trying to hang out with one of my best friends for months now, and, like, she has 2 young kids, she has professional obligations and family obligations that come ahead of her old high school buddy, right? And it's like, I get it. Like, you got to let that shit roll off your back. So I'm sure we'll be fine. We'll patch things up, but
I'm
I do,
sure.
I
Yeah,
do not regret going to this at all. And
of course.
like the
So
whole
tell
experience.
us a little bit. Tell us a little bit about it, about the lecture. Perhaps I'm not expecting you to summarize about the kinds
Right.
of people who were in attendance.
I will say the people. So the people who I recognized, just in the crowd, and I'll tell you an anecdote about some strangers who I met, which was what I thought was kind of interesting. But there is a watchmaker, a young watchmaker, a guy. I think he's only
Hmm.
30 years old, and he's just
Nice.
very. I actually think he just got accepted into some GPHD thing. Like the guy's very impressive. Like I'm very impressed by him, and I think his partner is like an essay for an AD. I think like both of them are like plugged in with like this very high end AD. And so he fixes the watches, she sells the watches, like the whole deal. So they're this very interesting couple, and I've met them at some watch meetups in the city. So I kind of saw them, and they were sitting in this area where, are you familiar with waitlisted? You know that IG profile?
Yeah, just the Instagram account, though. I don't know the actual person behind it.
So James, it's this guy named James, who's a pretty serious collector and just so plugged into the scene. Like he's constantly posting stuff of like all the New York scene people, and he knows all the brands and all that stuff. He's just very very plugged in, and he's an incredibly talented photographer. And so I met him through the whole same meetup scene that so but I wasn't going to this event to schmooze with people because I was quite tired and I've just been super exhausted. I just went there, I sat down, I saw a bunch of people who I recognized, and I got right out of there right when the thing was over. But this woman sat down next to me wearing a solid rose gold Omega DeVille, like a contemporary one. Like it looked like it's from the catalog. I didn't ask her what the reference was, but at first she was with her friends. They were there, and eventually she turned to me and was like, "Hey, what's going on?" I was like, "Oh," we started chatting, and I told her a lot about like my whole story, like the same story I told you about how it was this watch, then onto this watch, then onto that watch. And she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm just getting into this stuff." And you could tell she was very new to the hobby, but she was there because she knew people, and you could tell like she was taking it very seriously and was like, "I just want to know more." And the funny thing is like, so there was a woman sitting next to her who it looked like she came to the event with, and then a gentleman to the right of the friend who she came with, and they all kind of seemed like they knew each other. Now that guy, I'll tell you what watch he was wearing later, but I start talking about, oh, I love these brands, this and that, and I asked her like, oh, do you know Philippe Dufour, like Philippe, because I said, well, Langa's like my favorite brand. Like, do you know about Langa? And she didn't know about Langa, so I was like, oh, you should check them out. And the whole story with the datagraph and how Philippe Dufour wears a datagraph, and he's considered to be one of the best watchmakers alive, and all this stuff. And then at some point in time before the lecture, this guy changed his seat. Like he was sitting like one row ahead of us, and he got up and he kind of came over because there was an empty seat right next to me, and he sat in between me and this woman who I met. And was like, "Is anyone there?" And I was like, "No, no, sit down." And it was kind of weird how he moved, but he was like, "I want to sneak out. Like I can't stay for the whole thing. I'm gonna have to sneak out at some point in time." So I got it right, and he sits down, and I immediately recognize he's got a yellow gold Grand Longa one, with it looked like a champagne dial, might have been silver, but I think it was like a champagne dial. um, And I was like, oh, that's funny. I was just talking about Langa. Like, you should show her the watch. But she was talking to her friend, and he felt really awkward about interrupting her. And I was like, yeah, just like interrupt her, like just show her the watch. Tell her I said interrupt her. So he goes to show her the watch. Eventually he worked, was like, are you sure? Should I interrupt her? I was like, yeah, go ahead. And so he shows her the watch. And then the guy all the way at the other end, who she had been with the entire, he had a Longa one on also, right? So in this row, there's like two Longa ones. I was like, oh, you have one too. Like, that's crazy. And it's just so wild. Like, you go to these events and there's just all these amazing timepieces there. So right around that time, um, you know, uh, I believe his name is Nicholas. He's like kind of the head of the HSNY, young guy, just very, very passionate, very articulate, super, super kind, like really welcoming. He actually was at the watchmaking class that I took. He's like very involved. And he came out and asked everyone to sit down, and like, we're going to start the lecture and everything. So Curry comes out, and he's a very soft spoken person. Just his tone and how he speaks is relatively soft. And I don't want to say monotone, but like, he has like a very steady pace that he speaks in. And but the way they had the microphone and the amplification set up is like, you could hear every word. There wasn't any issue. And so he's talking about his history. He talks about, before he really launched his own brand, some of his early pieces, and the stuff that he was working on. And one of those first pieces that he made, which I think was that tourbillon that had like the two barrels. And I mean, that thing was just beautiful. I think there's probably a photograph of it there. um and at one, yeah, that's the one. That's like one of his really, really early pieces, and the thing is just so sick. So like, he made that. And then he's got a very interesting sense of humor. Like, he doesn't really show it, but he says stuff that's just really hilarious, and he got everybody to crack up like multiple times in the show, even though he wasn't delivering the stuff like it was jokes. And maybe to him they weren't jokes, but like, they just made people laugh. And so he was talking about how the first time that I really laughed was like, he's talking about how, I think it was Jorn and
Yeah.
another great watchmaker, they both came up to him, and they're like, you're stupid. Like, you need to be making your own watches. This is when he was still working for other companies, right? Like, these people they were seeing the work that he was doing, and they're like, what are you doing, man? Like, make your own watches. Like, you're crazy. Like, you're totally talented. You could do this stuff. Just do it. You know? And so he had gotten basically multiple of these super, super well regarded, like, rock stars of watchmaking to basically tell him this. And I think that ultimately encouraged him and gave him the motivation to kind of branch off and go on his own. And he talked about his whole approach. And like, my big takeaway from it is that he's very, very interested in classical watchmaking, and he used that term to describe it. And what he means by that, and he actually used old Breguet pocket watches as an example. And he described how, the plates and the screws and everything are really thick and robust, and they could be taken apart and put back together and serviced over time without the fear of destroying the screw and having to like make a whole new component. So I think he really believes in this idea of like, do really making something
Mhm.
in a classic way, but very well, so they last.
And also, can I say something here? I think, like, after the whole boom that the entire horological world experienced, and especially the whole ascendance of a certain group of independents, we forget how fairly new this new independent watchmaking is. Of course, you can make the argument, and I think I will agree with most of that argument, that the new independence, in many ways, this is something that Waco wrote about in the past, go back to the roots of watchmaking, for example, like Breguet's pocket watches, right? But this idea that you would have these independent makers that would put their own names on the watch dials, um, I guess, George Daniels was making his watches, but those were mostly pocket watches. And then Daniel Roth broke off from Breguet in 1989. Philippe Dufour, I think, started with his own name in 1992 with the Basel Fair. And then I think F.P. Jean founded his company in 1999. So a lot of this is very, very new. And the fact that Voutilainen only came into this with his independent brand, I think in 2002, it doesn't surprise me. On the other hand, I can understand why even someone of his brilliance would need that extra push, because even in early 2000s, this is like uncharted waters. This is unknown territory. This is something still fairly new. Well, I'm going to make a watch and put my own name on it. Crazy idea.
Yeah, I mean, it you could tell it, like, it took him a while to really say, okay, I'm going to do this, and he expressed at the beginning, there's that whole like period of time where, like, at the beginning, like, you're putting all this time and energy into something. Like, you clearly, if you're trying to build your own brand, you can't be working a full-time job for another brand. I mean, like, you really need to dive in head first. And I think there's issues with cash flow, and like, you don't really have the investors. You're potentially trying to get people to buy your product without the product even existing. Like, there's all that kind of stuff. But it sounded like it didn't really take him that long. And I apologize for not, memorizing the timeline. A lot of the details, like the technical details and the things that he discussed, like, for whatever reason, they didn't really sink in. It may have just been that I was quite exhausted. But one of the really standout things to me, and like, I just think about this as someone who's like in manufacturing, who you always hear these stories about these people that become wildly successful because they figure
Mhm.
out where there's something missing in a marketplace, and they say it's obvious, like, you just. And so he was telling me these rose lathes, the guilloche machines, basically. So like, Swatch Group is like buying these things up, like, whenever they can, Swatch buys them. And he was like, these things just don't exist, like, you can't get them, right? Like, you can't find them and you can't get them, and Swatch is buying them all up. So like, he made this whole comment about that, about how it's like, it's really hard to get these things. And I'm just thinking, and I kind of wish I asked him this question, but I just wasn't like, I wasn't prepared to, like, go on the mic and blah blah blah. But like, I kind of wish I asked him, what, like, why is it with a country like Switzerland
Mm.
positioned the way that it is, next to Italy geographically, next to Germany geographically, these industrial powerhouses of machine technology. Germany and Italy are two of the biggest machine producers in the world. And Switzerland, to be honest, they can do it as well. Like, why isn't there a company, like a super niche company, making these machines, like new versions of these classic machines? And the company could just be making two or three of them a year and potentially be wildly successful doing that. Like, if you can't find these machines and you have this massive conglomerate like Swatch Group, like, buying up whatever they can find, like, clearly there's potentially a market for it.
Yes and no. I mean, when you have even elite makers like Audemars Piguet going the route of stamping those
Stamping.
dials, it's not because just because the machines are scarce. It's because also the kind of labor that this requires is rather specialized. I mean, I know it's a time commitment, but when you find like this chunk of an hour, 75 minutes out of your day, go back and listen to that lecture that uh, Josh Shapiro gave at Horological Society of New York, not the one in January, the one a couple of years back when he
Yep.
was talking about engine turning, Rose engines, etc.
Mhm.
And also, you can, if you don't have the book already, George Daniels's Watchmaking has an entire chapter on engine turning. So you'll quickly understand, especially someone like you who actually practically appreciates these things and knows how to do these things will quickly understand that it's not something that an average watchmaker can be repurposed to do instantly.
Yeah, it's possible that like if you were a little niche machine shop that was capable of like maybe not doing everything in house, but sourcing the components to build these machines,
Mm.
and then you do the final machining and assembly, or maybe even the design and engineering and all that stuff,
Mhm.
and you have outside sources, blah blah blah, this and that. I think you probably that kind of setup, you'd end up getting to a point where like you can make more than there would be a demand for. So maybe it's just so that with the Geo shares that are out there, the very limited pool of ultimately craftspeople, that can do this work. You might end up getting to a point where it's like, okay, we have more tools, but we don't have enough operators for the tools.
Hmm.
You know, I just think with this whole, like, it seems like the appreciation for this type of aspect of the watchmaking is increasing. And like the thing that blew my mind, and I should have known this, but he talked about it and he was like, yeah, we make like 60 or 70 watches a year. I mean, that is insane.
Right.
Like when you think about that, like that is crazy. And the guy who I told you about, that big collector, his Voutilainen has been circulating a lot. He was there too. I didn't see him and I didn't talk to him there, but the one that he has a very interesting center guilloche. It's a blue dial that has like a red in the center, and it's also got yellow. It's like crazy when you look at it. It's got like all these primary colors on it. I think his watch was featured on Hodinkee or one of the big blogs. But he just recently got that piece, and he posted something about it like a day or two before the article. And when you look at the amazing texture and the geometric pattern that's produced on the dial, it's quite astonishing. It definitely doesn't look like anything you could stamp or print. It's it
Yeah.
so so that was something I thought was interesting. And then he mentioned that there are some components that he outsources. Like I don't think he makes his own springs, like the hair springs. I think he gets those from the company. I think he talked about getting those from the company that Moser has. So Moser makes their own hair springs, and it's a
Mhm.
very difficult thing to do. And there's only a couple companies that do it, and I think one of them is owned by Swatch Group. I think it's like Swatch Group and then Moser basically, and that's pretty much it. So
Well, Swatch Group kind of needs to, right? With
right.
17 different companies that they own from horological makers. So, but yeah.
So those were one of the parts that he doesn't make in house, and there was like one other super special component that he doesn't make in house, and that was it. And like everything else they do in house. So just really impressive in terms of what they do. He made a comment about the fact that he has watches that he sold to clients in 2011 that have not come back for service yet, and that to me is really impressive.
Amazing.
And
Yeah.
this guy, one of the first people in the audience asked this question. He was like, "So about the design, like blah blah blah." It's like I can't remember exactly what he said. He was like, "Cause they all kind of look the same to me." And it was just like you could tell
Nice.
all these people in the crowd were like, "Are you kidding?" Like, yeah, like
They
what?
were
Like,
clutching at
yeah,
their
they were like,
pearls.
no, no, they were like, I turned back and looked at these people, and they were like, they're like, "Are you kidding?" Like this guy just said all his watches look the same. He was like, "Can you explain like what's up with your design? Like all your watches look the same." He's like, he didn't even know how to respond to that question. I mean, I think he did a pretty good job of responding to it, but he was
You
like,
know,
okay, yeah."
considering how many people just look at the name Black Bay and make that comment for tutors, or considering the fact that people sometimes don't even realize that Oyster Perpetual is not just a line within Rolex, but basically the entire line except for Cellini. Um, So it's really, sometimes perception is a wonderful thing. Rolex does a few different bezel colors, and you know how much I love Rolex, so that's another thing. But Rolex does a few different bezel colors. Oh, it's an entirely different watch.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
know um poor Cuddy uses the same handset all across his watches.
And then everyone thinks
So,
every watch looks the same. Yeah, exactly.
yeah, because
And
every watch has that funny hour hand, right?
and then everybody, every single watch has a completely unique hand cut dial on it. And so no
Yeah.
one's saying like, "Oh, but they're all the same." Like, like I actually there I think I prefer Shapiro's aesthetic to Kari's personally. Um there's something about it to me that it just kind of resonates with me. I think they all kind of there's like a type of continuity in the design ethos,
Mm.
that I think you could link like, Daniels, Breguet, and yeah, I would say Voutilainen. I mean, they all have their own unique unique style, but I think that there's kind of like a basic architecture that I think with
Mm.
especially building up guilloche dials out of multiple plates, like it usually kind of ends up reading a similar way, right? Like you'll have like one layer, then you'll have another layer, and I'd be really fascinated to see like a super like a kind of crazy big watch that's like thick, that has a dial that just has like stacks and stacks of plates. Like a really
Mm.
really three-dimensional dial with, like I feel like that would be really cool, just like 10 layers of different like guilloche plates like stacked up on top of each other.
Yeah.
Be kind of
Well,
wild.
I mean, y- it doesn't well, I mean, conceptually it might sound ridiculous, but people do all sorts of things to make everything look more artistic. For example, uh you notice that the Recep Recepi uses thicker plates for the bridges, so they can even emphasize more the anglage and the inner angles and everything else, cutting down from a thicker piece, basically. So you can certainly think of a different concept for guilloche decoration on a dial that has these layers that might add to the thickness of the watch, but if you can justify it aesthetically, why not?
Right. The what was one of the other things? So someone challenged Voutilainen on his choice of describing, like they wanted he there was a point in time when he said, there are some brands, basically he was saying, I'm not going to name names, but there are some brands that they're not doing traditional watchmaking. They're doing like mass produced stuff, and this, and he kind of was like snubbed them a little bit without actually calling them out for who they are. And someone kind of challenged him on that. And they were like, okay, so I understand that you don't want to call out the brands that are doing things wrong, but who's doing things right then? Right? Like someone asked him this question, and of course everyone laughed, and he had this kind of look on his face like, "Oh, I don't know how to answer that question." And the thing that I thought was fascinating is like he brought up Lange, right? Which of course for me, I'm like, win, like Lange fanboy. I'm like, he brought up Lange, and he brought up Rolex. And he talked about,
Right.
he was like, think about what this company is doing. He's like, they're making 1 million watches a year that work and they last forever, and he you could really tell that he actually really appreciates the fact, like, this guy who's doing 60 watches a year this way, the way you see this guy doing it with this hand operated machine,
Yeah.
he admires the fact that this vertically integrated company that does basically everything 100% in-house as best as possible has figured out a way to, with their production techniques, their automated production techniques, deliver such a high quality product that has, a warranty that exceeds the brands that are at like 4 or 5 times their price point. and you could just wear these things for a decade or multiple decades, and they just work. And he was like, "That's impressive. Like as a watchmaker, like to be able to do that is impressive."
By the way, we were looking at Joshua Shapiro's engine turning techniques that he applies now on rings as well, which you can match with your watch. That's like a nice fantasy for a lot of different geeks among us, myself included. And now we are looking at Jochen Benzinger, who is also a master at guillochage, this engine turning decoration technique that more or less is still applied, still practiced on the same machines that have been inherited from the 18th, uh, 19th century, 1800s. And that's why early on, SP St. Peter was saying, why isn't there, a manufacturer today that makes some of these machines, um, rather than, letting one or two luxury groups control the entire market by buying up the heritage um, engines, heritage lathes, I guess you can also say.
Because it's not like I mean, in terms of like contemporary machine technology, like built like making one of these, like making the castings and making all the components. Like I actually think if you made one now with our contemporary processes, like I think you can make one that's like more robust and more precise if you really wanted to. Like
Mm,
you could make a very similar design that has all the same functionality, but with higher quality castings, probably with harder, more wear resistant components that like you could make one of these machines the same way they did it before with the same geometry and all that stuff, but just do it to a higher degree of precision with a
that
higher.
sounds that sounds like the hubris of people who made the Tower of Babel. It's come on. These
Right.
machines are still operating from the 19th century. What are you talking about? What
I
more
listen.
precision and quality do you need?
Well, you could say. I mean, you could. That's true. It's a good point, and I think I I am inspired by when there if is even a very small incremental advancement in any kind of technology. I'm inspired by the fact that just getting that little advantage. Yeah, we could I've operated table saws from the 50s that still work great, and they're better than the new ones because they're heavy.
Mm,
Like this was something when I first started really getting into like actually machining and operating industrial machine tooling. And this is still the status quo. You hear people talk about this all the time. They don't make them like they used to
mm,
because the old machines were big and heavy, and that mass, what that does is when there's an electric motor spinning and you're cutting metal on it, or you're cutting wood or whatever the case may be, there's a type of vibration that happens.
mm,
So when you have a big heavy machine, it minimizes that vibration. And a lot of the new machines that are made now, what used to be cast iron, which is a costly thing to do nowadays, they've replaced with bent sheet metal or just plates that are welded together. But it's not the same as like the old school, like 40s and 50s era, like big heavy cast iron machinery that, unfortunately, a lot of those machines have made their way to the scrapyard. Because people they just don't want to deal with them. They go with the new thing. They could finance. If you're a company that's trying to finance equipment so that you could
mm,
get it to work with your cash flow and your taxes and all that kind of stuff. Like there's a lot of incentives to buy new equipment, because there's certain deals that you could get on how you do it. So um, I think this is like ultimately me like imagining like opening this like super niche boutique machine company that just makes new rose lathes. Like, I don't know, that's just this dream. Like, I went to this lecture where this guy talks about having to go out on his own and be uncompromising in his vision and just do his own thing. And here he is. He's one of these. He's one of these uh, most coveted and widely considered to be one of the best living watchmakers right now. And so I kind of am just like, oh, but what about the person who like makes all that super niche tooling? Like I don't know. I'm sure I'll never be that person, but it just seems like there's probably a space for someone to occupy that and potentially be quite successful in the industry, especially if the independent market
Mm.
keeps growing at the level of appreciation
Yeah,
that it currently
because
has been.
in a way, I was talking about this, a few months ago, but there's a certain um, design language that not universally, but for the most part, we can associate with a lot of independent watchmakers, and it has a lot to do with how Daniel Roth and his associates kind of resurrected Breguet under the watchful eyes of the Chomet brothers, and really applied some aspects of his visual aesthetics from pocket watches to wristwatches, and guillochage is of course one of those techniques, one aspect of that, of those aesthetics that, like you said, in 90% of independent brands, you would see that as an integral part of how they make their faces, how they present their dials. Of course, we're not talking about Uhrwerk or MBNF necessarily, or even Mose for that matter, but a certain lineage of independence are in some way the modern successors of Breguet. If you can say that about F.P. Jean, you can say that about Kari Voutilainen, you could at least say that about Daniel Roth, and you can multiply that list.
Right, right. So there's definitely some other specific aspects of stuff that I think he focused on in the lecture that, like I said, for whatever reason, I guess it didn't catch my attention quite as much, or resonate with me quite as much. But I the stuff that really like piqued my interest, like I'm more or less have kind of covered, and just seeing the interest. And like there was, I remember HSNY on their Instagram story posted like there are like 60 people on the wait list to get into this event. Like if you cannot make it, like please cancel your RSVP. And it's just kind of nice. Like I think a lot of times you take stuff for granted, like living in New York. Like if you live in New York for enough time, there you always have access to like all the best concerts, are every best band comes to town, like all the best shows come to town, like like everything is here. And you start to kind of like take it for granted, and you're like, whatever. And but you put it into perspective to think about, just by being here, what you kind of have access to. um Not the only city in the world, but just a comment about these metropolitan centers of culture globally. I would say like the New Yorks, the LAs, the Paris, like places like this, London, of course. It, it, it it's really nice to be geographically close to places like this, because it was like watch time was in October. Everybody was there. I think Carrie was actually in town for that as well, and Max was here, and that wasn't even that long ago. And like these guys are like in Switzerland, and
Mhm.
and I recently heard Max say that I think he was like living in Dubai, because
Oh wow,
or he was either living there, or he was setting up a store there, so that's why he was living there. And
very
it's,
cool.
yeah, yeah, it is cool. And it's like
Can
it's
I can I ask a self-interested question? I know I was trying to plant this, but I'm
right,
I'm
right.
sure you didn't necessarily ask. But did anyone ask what what is going on with Oban Jurgensen?
Yes, they actually did, and I remember you saying like maybe you would ask him about this,
Hmm.
and someone very specifically asked him about that. And I remember when that question was asked, I was like, "Oh shit, that was Lord's question!" Like, and his response, I think his response was a little vague. I think he kind of talked about it. They were kind of like, "Oh, so what's like the grand scheme?" Like, I think that was more or less kind of what he asked, and he talked about it a little bit, but I think I don't want to say he dodged the question. I think that the way he responded didn't I don't think it really satisfied the questioner. Let's put it that way. I certainly remember thinking like, oh, like I didn't know, I hadn't paid close enough attention to what was happening with the brand to know exactly how his involvement would change things, but yeah, I want to rewatch the lecture
Mhm.
once HSNY like releases it. I'm gonna
Oh,
rewatch
it's
it. So
it's on the website already.
oh, it
You
is
just
okay.
need to enter your password
Okay,
to watch it.
nice,
Yeah.
nice. Did you so? But do you have a membership?
I do, yeah,
Oh, okay, great. But did you
but
watch?
I didn't have the time to watch it
Okay,
yet. No.
okay. All right. Well, listen, I apologize for not. I should have made more a mental note to remember
No, no.
more specifically because I knew that I immediately thought of that when the person asked a question. I was like, oh, that's totally what that's the question he wanted me to ask, and and I forgot. But I'm intrigued to think. I'm curious to hear your take on his response because my takeaway from it was, huh, that's fascinating. It's almost like he kind of answered, but like didn't really give away that much information, you
I
know.
see.
So unfortunately I do have to drop off, but hopefully I don't know, hopefully my
No
my
worries, man.
my anecdotes were you know, somewhat rewarding.
Oh, it was great. It's always great content, and we had a chance to talk also about a little bit about these artisanal techniques that go into creating the aesthetics of watches like that, which apparently to some people look all the same. So
Right, exactly.
it's, I can't believe that someone like, I mean, I understand that people think things like this, and I know that online people say whatever comes to their mind, but to um, actually, in public, raise your hand and direct a question like that to an independent watchmaker, hey, all your watches look the same. That's a very interesting take.
And they quantified it by saying, as far as I can tell.
Okay,
They
well,
like,
good.
it was like,
So
in
you
my
can't tell.
opinion, it was like, in my opinion, they basically all look the same. I mean, that was like, it was yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's kinda great that that happened in the first place.
Right.
I mean, it's, like, a little embarrassing, but at the same time, it's also kind of awesome that that even just happened, right? Because like, there was this total moment where, like, people like all these like super fans and all these industry people in the crowd all looked at each other like, what the fuck? Like, what? And that guy was like sitting in the front row. He was like right in the front. Like he got there super early. He was like one of the first he was like one of the first people in there. And I mean, I didn't personally talk to him. Like he could be a very, very nice, sweet and individual, but I just thought that was kind of hilarious. So you never know what you're gonna get. And there was definitely a moment towards the end when they kind of gave the opportunity.
Mm.
They literally at the end of the lecture was like, okay, well, Kara's gonna hang out for a little bit if anyone wants to get autographs or selfies. And
Nice.
and no, it
Did you?
is.
Did
No,
you?
I didn't. No, I like I said, I just like dude, I was so fucking tired, man. I had to get out of there. And it's I wished I I really would have regretted it if I didn't go. Then it would have been like, man, I should have gone.
Yeah,
And so
you did well. You did well.
exactly, I made it out. I didn't fall asleep. I was paying attention, and I made some friends. And the woman who I met, like got the Instagram. was like, "Hey, let's keep in touch. Like, keep like I want to see your collection grow, all this kind of stuff." So, that I feel like that networking kind of stuff, like that's really what's great about this hobby. It's like it is so easy in this space for me to meet new people and to connect with them in a way like no other space I've been in. And I think that's really great about
Yeah,
watches.
I would agree with that. I think people are just very uniquely open and generous with their time, you know with their pieces as well, for the most part. um, so it's important, again, to create those spaces where people can come together with, if not with abandon, but or at least with a certain facility and confidence and trust. So I mean, if not in the Horological Society of New York, where else, right? So
Right, right,
it's good.
exactly. So it's I really honestly I can't speak highly enough about um that place just as an organization, and it's got an amazing history that goes back a very long time, and wonderful resources. And I really think it's set up for anyone who wants to actually be in this industry
Mm,
and potentially get a job in it, especially younger people who are interested in learning. I think it's a terrific resource, and there's different scholarships. Of course, it's competitive, and it's a difficult, if you're actually thinking about being a watchmaker or some sort of watch artisan, it's not easy. But it to me, it's incredibly inspiring in this world, this modern world where everything's being mechanized and automated, and these kind of a lot of these crafts jobs they just keep disappearing more and more. This independent watchmaking and high craft revival and appreciation for it, and frankly monetary fascination with it, the commodification of these objects, as much as that is upsetting to me in some regards, is also inspiring in that I do believe that there are careers for people in this world, and I would absolutely encourage, young people who think they have a passion for it to just go for it. And I think there's plenty of places where you will get you will get embraced with open arms and potentially could have a long and fruitful career. And I think the example of Voutilainen um, is a good one for that.
yeah, I mean, again, for some people who exist in that ecosystem, right? To build that in your own country would be another kind of challenge, right? Because there's a reason, for example, that the German watchmakers are either in Glashütte/Dresden and Pforzheim, right? Zinn is in Frankfurt, but everything they source from other German makers who are either in Dresden or in Pforzheim. So, um, same thing in Switzerland, right? He was a watchmaker in Finland already, but he had to come to Switzerland and really ply his trade and cut his teeth for decades before he could go on his own. Even then, so I really do feel. I mean, we talked about this. I think we mostly agree that it's very difficult for a young person to become a watchmaker in the US from scratch. It's very difficult.
Yep.
It's a huge commitment. I mean, and it would involve a lot of sacrifice.
Yeah, I think if you I think you need to kind of have a support structure, especially if you're in a metropolitan area, considering just how expensive it is to live in America now. I do think probably when you're beginning, you're probably going to be leaning on some support, whether it's from your parents, or just being entirely dependent on scholarship, to allow you to have access to this stuff. But yeah, I think the good thing about Switzerland is probably the majority of the people in the industry there speak English. So, like even if you don't speak French or German, you'll pick it up as you go, and you'll be able to kind of get by, as just an English speaker. And I mean, you definitely need to learn French if you're going to be serious about watchmaking, because that's kind of the language of watchmaking. And of course,
and
learn German while you're at it too.
you'll have to learn how to make raclette as Jean-Claude Biva has done, of course, coming from Luxembourg.
Right. And you need to
Um,
get it up to speed on your fondue,
I
because
mean, that's what I mean. Yeah. So
yeah.
you need to learn your cheese. Man, I mean, but look, I mean, that's at the end of the day, any passion requires some sort of commitment and sacrifice. But sometimes, people might feel that they're swimming against the current. And I'm glad, organizations like the Horological Society of New York exist. I'm glad that increasingly some of the bigger companies and even FP Jean itself has scholarship programs and award programs that focus on young watchmakers. So it's encouraging. It's better than nothing. They can chip in more, especially the luxury conglomerates.
Oh, of course.
But at least something is happening more recently.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of room in the space for training and kind of giving back and that kind of stuff. I ultimately I do think the main reward is it gets paid off when you are that person who either is privileged enough to take the journey and be able to survive to the point when you have a product to sell. Then that's when the real success pays off, because you could see how you just follow any of these big collectors on social media, and you just see how they're all just trying to get a piece from whoever the new hot watchmaker is, or whoever the established highly coveted watchmaker is. Like, everyone's trying to get one, right? So like if you could somehow get to that point, you're basically set, right?
Yeah, and also, by the way, that's it's like chicken or the egg, right? Is are they getting it from the next hot watchmaker, or by them getting it from a watchmaker, that watchmaker becomes
Yeah,
the next
exactly.
hot watch. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
We'll
But
we'll
speaking
we'll
of
never know.
speaking of eggs, before I sent you, I want to also mention this, that Jochen Benzinger actually um, basically perfected his engine turn-in techniques because he specialized on decorating these Fabergé eggs. So that's how he started, and the watch dials came after that. So that's a very nice story.
It's so amazing. All right, bud. Have a good evening. Enjoy the rest of the show. I'm glad I
Thank
was
you
able
so
to
much.
join, and look forward to
Thank you.
talking to you soon.
I hope so. Thanks for sharing.
All right. Take care, family.
Thank you. Thanks, man. So St. Peter was at the Kari Voutilainen lecture at the Horological Society of New York on February 6th, where Kari Voutilainen talked about his trajectory as an independent watchmaker and how he became basically one of the hottest independent brands from being a one-man show. And in the background, we have been looking at some of the engine turning techniques that Jochen Benzinger, a German watchmaker based in Pforzheim, and earlier also Jonathan Shapiro, who is a watchmaker and engine turning specialist who is based in Southern California, were applying some of their techniques on watch dials, on clocks that Bensinger was making for a Rolls Royce there earlier, on Fabergé eggs, on which a young Jochen Bensinger perfected his art, and on these rings, for example, that Jonathan Shapiro started making as well. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, St. Peter. I want to mention before I go back to those Portofino perpetual calendars and finish presenting on them, I want to mention once again that the giveaway for February has just started, since our lucky winner for January has already received his watch. Um, the guidelines are indicated and clearly explained in the community page, so you can go and check it on your own. And Basils, thank you for allowing me to demonstrate this, because I decided this time around that I should give directly to people who support me on YouTube and who have been my very loyal subscribers here. So for this month, that is Niche holding his orange dial Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers watch. The next one is the lime green. To be entered to that giveaway, you have to be someone who is either the first or the last person to super chat during a live stream. Already in February, these are the people who have done so. And by the way, they also, every time, of course, every time you become first or last, you get another number. Basil had already gotten number 4. This is also number 15. And you see, these are the people so far who have, by that way, entered the raffle. Tomorrow's live stream, which is going to be a marathon, and which is going to be a fundraising marathon where the entire proceeds from the super chats are going to be going to the UNICEF, going to be donated to the UNICEF, earmarked for those children affected by the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. In that show, every single person who super chats or sends a super sticker or in any way contributes to that fundraiser is going to be entered to the raffle, is going to be given a number for each and every one of their super chats. And I think that would be a good way to both encourage people to donate and help those who have been affected, who have been displaced, who have been left homeless and without their families in the Near East as a result of the earthquake. But thank you, Bezos. Thank you so much for having contributed today, and thank you, SP, for your super chat. And I hope I can see you again in tomorrow's live stream marathon. That is going to be at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and we're gonna go as long as we can, but at least until midnight. And the link to that is actually pinned in the chat. So go in there, save save the notifications, turn on the notifications, save the date, save the time, and I hope I can see a lot of you there, because we'll talk about watches and we'll do our best to raise as much money as we can for UNICEF. And again, thank you, Bezos, for your smiley that you sent as a super sticker, 99 cents, and SP 5 Australian dollars. Thank you so much for your contribution. So right before St. Peter stepped in to give us some news from New York about Kari Voutilainen's lecture, we were looking at IWC's new releases. We talked about the 39 millimeter pointer date addition to the Portofino lineup. We have talked about the 41 millimeter complete calendars in stainless steel and pink gold. They also have these perpetual calendars in stainless steel and pink gold as well. And these are pretty special. IWC was basically one of the pioneers in coming up with perpetual calendars in serial production. Kurt Klaus, who made up this module on the ubiquitous Valjoux 7750, was at the time leading the movement manufacturer of IWC. He was the head of complications at the time. And that module that he invented is still with IWC, is still part of the legacy of democratization of complications that characterizes IWC, Jaeger-LeCoultre, and some others. But certainly those two companies that were built up under Blümlein's leadership, or re-energized under Günther Blümlein's leadership. And the unique thing about Kurt Klaus's module for the perpetual calendar was that in 1985, he basically came up with this system where you could have an entirely synchronized perpetual calendar where everything could be adjusted simply from the crown. So in this execution, you have a very balanced dial layout with the 3 sub-dials for date, month, within which you also have a very precise moon phase indicator, day of the week at 9 o'clock, within which you also have a little porthole, let's say, where you can see the gap year, right? That's the leap year indicator. This is essentially the leap year indicator, 1, 2, 3, and 4 in red, which will indicate the leap year. So this is quite a wearable and an elegant version of that lineage of Kurt Klaus module for the perpetual calendar, still very much operated in a synchronized fashion and adjusted through that single crown, which you also, of course, use to adjust the time as well. And this is the stainless steel version, which comes on grained / textured calfskin strap on a déployant clasp. This version is $24,000. 40 millimeters in diameter, less than 13 millimeters, 12.7 millimeters in thickness, 50 meters of depth rating, 50 meters of water resistance, and the movement has 60 hours of power reserve as well. So that's the stainless steel version of the new Portofino perpetual calendar. There's also a pink gold version, which has all the same specs, but it is in pink gold with a matching pin buckle instead of a déployant buckle, which was the case with the stainless steel watch. And the pink gold version of the Portofino perpetual calendar, this new model, is $33,500. I think, you know, when all things are said and done, as elegant and as beautiful as it is, the Portofino Automatic 39 with the pointer date, I think, since it is basically running on a caliber built on Sellita SW300, has a little bit of a steep price point, if you ask me. Unless you are particularly invested, interested in IWC as a brand, unless you're completely head over heels in love with the aesthetics of this particular watch, I don't see why you shouldn't go with any number of new independents that offer the same caliber, no pun intended, of movements at a price point that is much more accessible. You know, for example, Merci Instruments comes to mind. Baltic has great dress watches in their MR01 series, even though those are built on Seagull calibers rather than Sellita or Swiss-made calibers. The Merci Instruments watches were LMM01, if I'm not mistaken, and those are also right around $600-$700. Let's take a look at those very quickly, so you know what I mean. You know what I'm offering as an alternative. Like something like these, they come in stock quite every few months, and then they get delivered in another month. So they, you know, if you want something immediately, perhaps some of these micro brands might not necessarily fit your schedule or purpose, but otherwise I think they can be a great alternative. These MR01s are listed at 545 euro and come with a number of different dial variants. And when it comes to Merci Instruments, they have a selection that's a little more readily available. And I had presented on these. There's the Archiwatch version, which has a very classic design that was realized in collaboration with Paris-based vintage watch dealer with that singular Breguet numeral at 12 o'clock and a sector dial with various shades of gray. There's the National, which takes after the aesthetics of a traditional field watch, and the railroad Arabic numerals at quarters, and the railroad for the track for minutes and seconds. And you have an even more minimalistic piece that is similar, that offers a similar field watch aesthetic, but perhaps in a rather extra pure form, with Arabic numerals at 12 and 6, and with those dots for the rest of the indices. My only gripe with this trio would be that the hands are neither the seconds hands, and in the other case, the rest of the handset as well, are neither lacquered nor heat blued, which maybe strays away from some of the aesthetic that you see on other watches. But it's not that bad either. I mean, I would rather have these heat blued, of course, but I don't know if they could offer these watches under 600 euros in this case, or 650 in the case of this limited edition. I really love the lines of the case, which really looks like a old school, vintage dress watch with those lugs that slightly droop. And all three of those watches have very slender profiles. They're all built on the Sellita SW210-1 movement, hand wound caliber with a 42 power reserve, which basically enables that slender profile that I highlighted. Very elegant pieces. The shortcoming here would be that at this price point, they're simply offered with those slightly outsized black NATO straps. I think on this website you can add a matching bracelet that is kind of a neo-vintage style at a certain charge. You can also add a strap. There's this customize option. Here's that strap they're talking about, or you can choose other kinds of options with leather NATO straps and other sort of similar things. But in either case, you still come up to something less than 750 in euros, which, of course, compared to basically almost 6,000 you would be paying for a simple dress watch from IWC, sounds pretty reasonable to me. But that's just me. I like the design of the complete calendars as well. Really balanced and beautiful pieces. Anything with a moon phase these days appeals to me. I like that 12-6 aesthetic. I find it really, really something that I can readily associate with the IWC aesthetic. So that's entirely welcome. But I think, if anything, it's the perpetual calendar that offers the sweet spot in this release. It's neither, I think it's neither too overpriced nor that readily affordable. But for the quality it offers, for the wearability, of both stainless steel and those dimensions that are very classic, 40 millimeters in diameter, less than 13 millimeters in thickness. You get a pretty decent watch, but that is already at 24,000. Even then, there are other options out there, but this doesn't sound so bad. So off the complete calendar, pointer dates, and perpetual calendar, uh, I guess this would be my choice, my recommendation, the Portofino perpetual calendar in stainless steel, rather than um, any of the other options, which seem to me um, severely overpriced. Whereas this at least offers some sort of equilibrium between added value and accessibility. That's a little intentional, Anthony. You can forget my old name. That's kind of the point, since it changed. But it was Lord Hellespont V. A nice spoof on the Archie luxury universe. That's what it was supposed to uh, be. But a lot of people, I think, did not want to take the joke and kind of took it too seriously, and I had to change it. But I think this is much better. Fits my vibe a little better. I'm gonna talk a little bit about the new set of this Karl F. Bücherer watches in a little bit, but in the meantime, I'm gonna take a short break, get some water, and I'll be right back with you in about 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. This was from a couple of days ago, actually, but I didn't get the chance to talk about it. Karl F. Bucherer, which is, of course, the watch brand that is associated with that international network of watch boutiques, of jewelers that also happen to be very reputable authorized dealers of, pardon me, of many um, mainstream watch brands. Uh, they also have their own brand that is referred to by that full name, Karl F. Bucherer, based in Lucerne. And since they were first established in 1888, they are celebrating, in fact, in 2023, their 135th anniversary, and they are celebrating that occasion with 5 different watches, 3 of which will be limited editions in forged carbon cases, and the 2 standard production models are actually pieces that are finished in black DLC. But in uh, so many ways, these 5 watches reflect that trend that I've talked about quite a bit on this channel, which is this comeback of blacked out watches, this goth lord aesthetic that seems to be becoming popular once again. We had seen it with the emergence of Porsche Designs Chronograph 1 in 1970s, 1972 specifically, as one of the first, if not the first, watch in that blacked out aesthetic in serial production. Uh, that watch came back last year. There was the so-called Dark Lord Monaco, and there were some others, of course. We all know how popular the black ceramic Audemars Piguet Royal Oak watches are, especially, of course, the two-tone execution, at least the most popular version of it that Audemars Piguet offers in their new um, code 1159 watches, has that element of a carbon mid case that they combine with other materials, stainless steel, for example. So here are the 5 watches that Karl F. Bucherer is presenting for their 135th anniversary. And the first one is the Manero Tourbillon double peripheral with a forged carbon case in a titanium container. This is a 43 millimeter piece. It will be limited to 30 examples. A peripheral rotor and a tourbillon mounted on a peripheral cage, so hence the double peripheral. And of course, the benefit of the peripheral rotor is at least twofold, right? On the one hand, it does not actually visually interfere with the look of the movement. So it particularly makes sense that this sort of execution would be used in this sort of exhibition case back, where you can look at most of the movement without obstruction, since the rotor weight is solely in the periphery. It also very much like the micro rotor self-winding watch movements, since it's recessed to the level of the bridges of the movement. It also allows the watch to have a much more slender profile. It shaves off a little bit more of that thickness. So in this case, you have a 43 millimeter case that is just a little thicker than 12 millimeters in thickness, 12.30 specifically. The piece has 3 atmospheres of a depth rating, 30 meters, and is completed with a hybrid rubber strap um, that has a carbon-like texture on its facing, and the buckle they provide is actually DLC coated out of titanium and steel. This piece again that is offered in 30 pieces is priced at 60,900 US dollars. Next up, we have the Manero peripheral perpetual calendar. And you already know what the peripheral refers to. Once again, we have a watch that is based on a self-winding caliber, on an automatic caliber. Once again, we have a limited edition that is going to be a run of 88 pieces in this case. And the limited editions in this series, in this capsule collection, are the ones with the forged carbon case. This is very much the case here. The movement, that self-winding peripheral rotor movement, has 55 hours of power reserve for this perpetual calendar with a moon phase indicator. The moon phase is basically showing both hemispheres, northern and southern, and it is 2 hand engraved moons on an aventurine background. This watch is 42 millimeters in terms of its case diameter, and the thickness is 12.5. The Manero peripheral perpetual calendar, which is going to be a limited run of 88 pieces, is priced at $36,700. 700. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00. 00 Manero Peripheral Big Date is the last of these three limited edition watches, once again in 42 millimeter forged carbon case in a titanium container. The Big Date indicator is at 11 o'clock, as you can see, running seconds at 6. And you also have an opening for the day of the week at 9 o'clock and the power reserve at 3 o'clock. And like the other two limited edition pieces, this watch too is built on a self-winding caliber with a peripheral rotor, which gives an unobstructed view of the watch movement that is itself finished with similar blacked out aesthetics as the rest of the watch, which creates a holistic, if not necessarily wholesome, look. It's quite. I think it's quite a nice aesthetic, quite a unique aesthetic. Um, you again have a rubber band that matches the appearance of the watch, and titanium steel DLC coated buckle that does not interrupt the blacked out aesthetic. The case again is under 13 millimeters in thickness, 12.82 in this case. Once more, the water resistance is 30 meters, 3 atmospheres. And this particular piece, Manero Peripheral Big Date, again resonating with that uh, date of establishment, 1888, is limited to 188 pieces, and they will be priced at 22,900. Now, the other two watches are two chronographs, which are not offered in limited runs, but do follow the same lines of the blacked out aesthetic as the rest of the series. And I think these are the ones that offer a nice value proposition. Again, unless you are looking for those peripheral rotors, which again are very unique, or a tourbillon or a perpetual calendar necessarily, you can certainly take a look to these watches that are actually a little more reasonably priced. Unlike the limited editions, what you have here is essentially a stainless steel watch that is DLC coated, which is a little more resilient than PVD, right? Diamond like coating. This piece is matched with that pyramidal textured design on the rubber band. And you have a 2-register chronograph with running seconds at 9 o'clock, 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, and date window at 6 o'clock. And this is actually a flyback chronograph, which means that you can basically time short intervals in quick succession, because you can reset the chronograph without having to stop it. When you press the reset button, the chronograph seconds hand, while the chronograph is running, the chronograph seconds hand will snap back to 0 and continue running immediately. And as you see, what you have here is fully integrated automatic chronograph movement with column wheel, with a 42-hour power reserve. The case is 43 millimeter stainless steel case with blacked out DLC coating. The thickness is under 15 millimeters, in this case specifically 14.45. And the watch is completed with that titanium and steel buckle that is itself also DLC coated. Beautiful lacquered matte black dial that resonates with the rest of this goth lord aesthetic. I think this is a pretty cool piece, and it is listed at 8,100 in US dollars. The flyback chronographs of Karl F. Bücherer are quite popular, so it can, this probably is going to be similarly popular among the fans of the brand. The Heritage Bicompax is, at least in its most essential design principles, a little more vintage inspired than the flyback, but at the end of the day, in this blacked out aesthetic, of course, comes across just as ultra modern. Again, a very unique pattern on that hybrid rubber strap that resembles a more arbitrary take on Claude Paris, so to speak, on a hobnail type of design. You have this bicompax layout that's completed with syringe hands on hours and minutes. 2-digit expression of the big date is at 12 o'clock. And then you have the month lodged between 4 and 5 o'clock, since this piece is actually an annual calendar. Which means that it would only require adjustment at the end of this month, at the end of each February. Otherwise, it will show for the rest of the month the right month and date. This one has a skeletonized rotor that, pardon me, matches once again the aesthetics of the case with that blacked out look. The case itself is 41 millimeters once again. DLC coated stainless steel, 14.15 millimeters thick. The movement has 42 hours of power reserve, and the watch is completed with that DLC coated titanium and steel clasp. For the Heritage Bicompax annual calendar, the price point is ever so little higher, ever so little bit higher than the Flyback Manero, in this case, you have a watch that lists at 8,800 in US dollars. So Heritage Bicompax Annual, which is not a limited edition, and it combines the traditional proportions of Bicompax chronograph with the addition of an annual calendar expressed as an oversized date at 12 o'clock and the month launched between 4 and 5 o'clock. That piece was, as I mentioned, 8,800 in US dollars. The Manero flyback, which is a self-winding chronograph with the flyback function and the date at 6 o'clock. That piece has a 43 millimeter case, so a little more oversized, a little more muscular, perhaps. Also, not a limited edition, which means the case is in stainless steel with DLC coating. This piece is listed at 8,100 US dollars. You have the Manero peripheral big date as the most numerous limited edition with 188 examples, priced at 22,900, with that 42 millimeter forged carbon case with a titanium container. The big date at 11 o'clock, day of the week at 9 o'clock, power reserve at 3 o'clock, and small seconds at 6. What is, again, very distinctive of the limited edition watches of this capsule collection, this piece has a peripheral rotor on its self-winding mechanism. I have mentioned, I think, but let me repeat it again. It is going to be priced at $22,900. Manero peripheral perpetual calendar, 43 millimeters in this carbon forged carbon case. Pardon me, 42 millimeters forged carbon case. A perpetual calendar with a double hemispheric moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock, which has the night sky in Aventurine and the two moons in a hand engraved execution. And once again, you have a movement that is based on a peripheral rotor, or that is wound by a peripheral rotor, I should say. This one is limited to 88 pieces and will retail for 36,700. And finally, you also have the Manero Tourbillon double peripheral, which refers to the peripheral rotor and the peripheral cage for the tourbillon, which is installed at 12 o'clock. And that piece has also a forged carbon case with a titanium container in 43 millimeters and with a relatively thin case of 12.30, which is, of course, very much made possible by that peripheral rotor. The double peripheral tourbillon, it's only produced in 30 pieces. They will be offered at the price of $60,900. Okay. I wanted to go next to the year-end review that Philips auction house did. And they have also embellished this piece with some of their predictions for next year. And I think this will be a good platform for us to also talk together and think together when it comes to the trends that I have been observing in the market here. This was a piece that was published on Philips's own website and publicized on their Instagram platform, of course. A piece that's titled Our Biggest Surprises from 2022 and Boldest Predictions for 2023. Join us in looking back at another record-breaking year for Philips in association with Bach et Rousseau, and you won't want to miss what our team forecasts for the rest of 2023. Of course, you have that George Daniels piece presented right here to set things off. What a year! 2022 was the most successful yet for Philips in association with Bach et Rousseau, and 2023 is shaping up to be yet another banner year for watches department. The international team achieved an annual of 227 million in US dollars last year, a 10% increase from 2021, and the highest annual result recorded by an auction house's watch department ever. We continued our unprecedented streak of 100% sell-through of every watch featured in our live and online sales for a full 2 years. Our 2022 total included more than 1,727 watches sold, 22 of which broke 1 million US dollars. Nearly 50% of winning bidders at our auctions were brand new Philips clients. All of this is glowing, honestly. And it is something that testifies not only to the unprecedented growth of the horological market, but also about the single-minded focus of Philips watches as such. I mean, they really go to all at an incredible length to curate the best examples of watches, to source the best examples of watches that they can. They reach out to their clients worldwide and do their best to, in fact, find new clients. Nearly 50% of the winning bidders at our auctions were brand new Philips clients, as it mentions here. And again, they usually are so specific and so high end in terms of their selection, which increasingly includes watches that are still in serial production, but are otherwise very hard to acquire, very hard to buy through established channels. Increasingly, their auctions are focused on the emergent independent brands that we were talking about, even as they still include some of the usual suspects, but they are very, very selective in this particular process, which is testified by the fact that for the last 2 years, they have sold every single watch that they have listed for their online or live auctions, which is pretty impressive. And here you have 3974 they just sold in Hong Kong. Yellow gold case, black dial, Breguet numerals, perpetual calendar, minute repeater, with, of course, a moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock, an additional leap year indicator at 3 o'clock, and an AM PM indicator at 9 o'clock as well. And as you can see from the slide, of course, this is not only a perpetual calendar, but also a chiming watch, which will articulate the hour, quarters, and finally minutes when you engage that slide on the left band of the case. That piece sold for nearly 20 million in Hong Kong dollars, which amounts to 2.5 million in US dollars. That's not all. Phillips adds, we also collaborated with watchmakers like Laurent Ferrier, Zenit, Kari Voutilainen, Piaget, and Bulgari on limited edition watches, which is something that they do increasingly, right? They have collaborated with Zenit and Kari Voutilainen in encasing, ennobling, and presenting those observatory grade Zenit caliber 135 O's. That they sold in a 10-piece limited edition. With a unique example, with a salmon dial that they auctioned off for the Susan Komen Foundation to help their struggle against breast cancer. And more recently, they have come out with this limited edition of Bulgari Octofinissimo with a sector dial that also eliminates the famous off-center small seconds of the design as well. This was a piece that was commemorating the 10th anniversary of the Bulgari Octofinissimo. And in a limited edition of 50 pieces. They're also mentioning that their Instagram presence increased by 20%. which is good. I mean, as it should. Instagram seems to be the platform, the media where watches are still seeing a lot of attention and still seeing a lot of growth in terms of the growth of watch related channels, avenues, and outlets on Instagram. And Perpetual, as you know, Philips actually has a boutique service that has an ongoing curation of watches that they sell at a fixed price, which I think actually has locations now, at least in Geneva and London, and certainly also has online listings of those watches on their website as well. Uh, Apparently, that boutique service saw a double-digit growth in their sales. And they say it would be easy to sit back and celebrate the incredible year that was, but that's not how we do things around here at Philips. We're barely 1 month into 2023, and we have already completed an entire online thematic auction dedicated to FP Jean. We have both previewed and also digested the results of that 11 lot single owner auction that was based in Hong Kong but was conducted online between January 13th and 20th. It was an auction that they called le concours de complexité, and it had these 11 complicated FP Jean watches, or rather 10, let's say, complicated FP Jean watches, and then very beautiful chronomètre Sovereign that was executed in pink gold. Of course, they sold everything and were quite successful in getting for them amounts that I think without exception went above the highest ceiling, the high ceiling of the estimate. Well, maybe in one case, in the case of the chronomètre Sovereign with in pink gold with the salmon dial, that went slightly under the high ceiling of the estimate, which was $2,200,000 Hong Kong dollars, whereas at lot 4 in the Le Concours de Complexité auction sold for $2,142,000. And they also have so much more coming, as they mention. Here you have a very well patinated original Royal Oak Jumbo, the second one ever made, right? You probably know this idea of A series, B series, C series, and D series, each believed to be runs of 2,000 watches. This piece, A2, is understood to be the second Royal Oak Jumbo to be ever made, 5402 stainless steel. That was sold in their thematic auction, the Royal Oak, at 50, which they had in Geneva on May 6th, 2022. This particular piece sold for more than $1 million in Swiss francs, 1,058,500. And the members of the team here basically share their biggest surprises. So let's see what they deem to be the biggest surprise of 2022 and what their predictions are in terms of the market for 2023. And we can somehow contemplate both of them. Think about both the surprises and predictions of these important auctioneers. Aurel Bach, the senior consultant, for him, the biggest surprise of 2022 is the Moonswatch. He says 2022 was a year full of surprises. Most of them were positive. The one that really knocked me off my chair was the launch of the Moonswatch, something I really did not see coming. In terms of Philips, I do admit that the 100% sold rate for the second year was a big surprise to me. It certainly was a most welcome surprise, but not quite expected in view of the many changes in the world, particularly in the watch world. So, good, great accomplishment for them, really. I mean, the hype is by now dying off from about the Moonswatch, which is something that I predicted. I don't need anyone to pat me on the back, but it wasn't hard to see it coming. They are now literally littering every single channel on the secondary market. They're not as scarce and unobtainable as they were, even though they are supposedly they have supposedly sold in millions by now. I don't know. Honestly, I think that is a production, that is an event that we will have to come to terms with in the years to come, in terms of its effects on Omega as a brand and on the Speedmaster as their icon. In my humble opinion, what Omega did with the Spirit system, with the new Speedmaster Super Racing that they have introduced to kick off this year, that is a much more important development than any of these sorts of marketing gimmicks. That is something that brings real horological news into the equation. That gives, in terms of fine adjustment, some method of regulation to silicon hairsprings. That's an important innovation for me. The Moonswatch does nothing for me, and I'm not sure if it will be reminded or if it will be remembered in the future in the best terms, in the fondest terms. But Aurel Bach simply calls it a surprise, so that's well taken. Here's Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711 /1A-010. This is, of course, the stainless steel Patek Philippe Nautilus Jumbo that was discontinued in 2021, with the Tiffany and Company double signature at 6 o'clock. Of course, this one fetched a pretty handsome premium and realized a final hammer price of 201,600 in Swiss francs. We are, by the way, entering the last hour of the live stream. So please don't forget to hit the like button if you have learned anything, if you have enjoyed the stream so far. Hit the like button, and remember, the watch giveaway for February has started. The first super chat and the last super chat of each live stream is going to get you a number which will be entered into the raffle for the month, with the winner chosen and declared in a live stream in the first week of March. Of course, that winner will be chosen by the Google random number generator live here in front of your eyes. When you go to the community page, you can see who already has a number and which number. Today, Bezos was the first super chat, so he got his number. We'll see who the last super chat will be. I'll close right around midnight. So if that's the moment you're waiting for, you should know. But so far, the next super chat after Bezos was SP. So he might be getting that number as well. Bezos has gotten number 15 already, in addition to 4 that he had from an earlier super chat in the month. And SP might be getting the second one. All right, so boldest prediction for 2023. This is the senior consultant and co-founder of Philips Watches, Bach et Rousseau, Aurel Bach. Anyone who knows me can testify that I do not like to make predictions, because it's my belief that I should rather under-promise and over-deliver than over-promise and under-deliver. Knowing, however, that I cannot avoid sharing a prediction here, and on top of that, a bold one, I will say I expect prices of the Nautilus 5711 in steel, the classic one with the blue gray dial, to go up by at least 20% in value compared to the low point we saw in the autumn of 2022. Wow. Okay. Okay, this is rather interesting. This is rather interesting because, as I mentioned many times on this channel, even the hypest of all hype watches to have ever hyped, such as the Patek Philippe Nautilus, such as the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, such as the Rolex Daytona in stainless steel with the ceramic bezel. Even those watches have taken a dip, if not quite a nosedive, in the market since late March in 2022. Now, I'm not sure if we have seen the bottom yet. I rather say that the bottom has fallen off. But of all watches that have seen this effect, this negative effect, what the gray market profiteers call a correction and what should be more properly called a crash, I think of all watches, it's the 5711 at any rate that was the least affected. We'll talk a little bit about Patek, I think, towards the very end of the show, because they have discontinued some models. But the only thing that might suddenly affect the pricing of 5711 that Patek can do is to introduce a 5811 in steel. I think if they do that, at least for 2023, if Patek introduces a 5811 A in addition to the 5811G they have now, which seems to be the new flagship of the Nautilus series, and in a way, new face of Patek, you can say, even though they don't want to accept this. I expect the 5711 to actually continue falling if they introduce a new model. If they don't, and these trends continue, I'm not sure if there will be such a high increase, because every single Nautilus, especially the 5711s in stainless steel, was very much securely in 6 digits and more in the best, in the highest climax that the market had reached earlier in year 2022. Nowadays, they have started falling below that $100,000 mark. I'm not sure if we will end up with 120, 125, 130,000 Nautiluses minimum by the end of the year. Now, these are very unique watches, right? They are not in an extremely limited number, but still in a relatively limited number by now. It's a watch that has been discontinued in production and has not necessarily been replaced by its equal, right? Which is the case with Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Jumbo, for example. You know, you have 5402, which is the original reference. You have the 14802, which was the reference introduced in the 20th anniversary of the model as the Jubilee model, of which there are only 1,000 examples in all metals. There's also the ever elusive 15002, which exists even in lesser numbers. And then there was the 40th anniversary edition, which was 15202, which they produced for about a decade, only to replace it last year with 16202, which is currently in production. So you have that sort of continuity in Audemars Piguet's Royal Oak in stainless steel, which has its pros and cons, its ups and downs in terms of the pricing on the secondary market. But certainly it adds this aspect to Royal Oak collecting in the secondary market that makes it much more stable, and that kind of smooths out the differences between various iterations of the model that are very similar to each other, but that are really distinguished by very small nuances in terms of their aesthetics, in terms of the technical adjustments and improvements, and perhaps finally in terms of the particular quirks or rarity of one edition over another. So you don't have that in Nautilus. You have the 3700 Jumbo, which is quite similar to 5711 Jumbo, but it's not exactly the same watch. You might say, in fact, they are different beasts already. 5811 has a very different proportion compared to 5711. I think it's not, by now it's a different watch to 3700, but you know, I think the jury is still out because we have not seen many examples of 5811 yet. Certainly not side by side in a very close, in a well-focused comparison. But nevertheless, you don't have that sort of continuity. And finally, you don't even have at this point in time a stainless steel Nautilus watch in Patek's lineup, which means that it becomes ever more difficult to predict how 5711 is going to trend in short term, right? I think it will continue to suffer. I think it will continue to come down, but Aurel Bach said that it will go up by at least 20% in value. It remains to be seen. I don't think Patek is releasing a stainless steel Nautilus in 2023. If they do, 5711 certainly isn't going to go up by that much. But even if they don't, I don't think they're going to be recovering in that particular way in such a short term. But that's just my opinion. Next up is Paul Boutros, head of watches in the Americas. For him, the biggest surprise of 2022, despite many economic headwinds, including rising interest rates and lower stock market prices, the continued strength of the market for collectors as watches was the biggest surprise of 2022 for me. And I think that's very important, right? The watch market, by and large, both in terms of the market for new watches and secondary market for watches, can continue to suffer, but there are always going to be those watches that are hyped up and so well desired, with so much demand that outpaces and outdwarfs the supply. There will be always watches that offer, from the vintage collector's perspective, lasting value. There will be always watches by the current independents which have such an oversized, such an outsized reputation and such limited number. And those watches will always show a certain strength in the market that you can't see elsewhere, right? So that's something we need to pay attention to, and that's something we need to pay attention to when we think about watches and when we talk about watches as investments. Because to say that such and such watch, say a stainless steel Rolex or an FP Journe bought at retail value, are good investments, which they are, does not mean that any old watch or any half desirable watch is actually a good investment in short, mid, or even long term. Right? So we need to be very careful every time. And by we, I mean people like me who have the responsibility of a public platform like this. We need to be really careful in educating people to know that difference, right? Always buy what you like, buy what you love to wear. Think of it like the auction market on Scotch, right? The sky is the limit. You can spend hundreds, thousands, and so much more on a single bottle of Scotch. Chances are, at some point, that bubble will burst, and a lot of this stuff, a lot of these bottles that people have been stockpiling, will be worth pennies on the dollar. If, however, you have bought according to your means, within the limits of the budget that you have established, and you bought bottles of scotch that you actually like, that you would actually love to drink, you'll be left with that value, with the pleasure that you can derive from drinking that whiskey, sharing it with your friends, and just enjoying yourself. And same thing with watches, right? If you actually work responsibly within the limits of your budget, buy what you like, wear what you enjoy, and of course, being mindful of inherent value, lasting value, desirability at the same time, you'll be able to curate a collection of watches uh, with the help of people like me that you will enjoy no matter what, even if the entire market crashes down, even if everything related to watches crumbles. You will have those watches to wear and enjoy, and even pass on to the next generation as heirloom pieces, not because they have been made by this person or another, not because there is this or that brand name on the dial, but because it was mom's watch, dad's watch, grandpa's watch, so on and so forth. So that's very important, I think, and it's important to establish that distinction, as much as we recognize that some watches can be a good investment, right? That is a careful, that is a very important line to tread carefully. Botros continues, not only did Philips achieve the highest overall sale total ever for watch auctions in New York in 2022, but also the highest sale total for any watch auction department in history. Fueling this strength is growing global enthusiasm for young independent brands such as F.B. Jean, Roger Smith, Acrivia, MB&F, Uhrwerk, De Bethune, as well as a rise in appreciation for such established brands as Cartier, Grand Seiko, and Vacheron Constantin. And here's a Roger Smith model series 2 with an open work dial that was made around 2017. This was sold in the New York Watch Auction 6 for $840,700. Wow. Mr. Boutros' boldest prediction for 2023 is with multiple anniversaries of historic models, such as the 60th anniversaries of the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona and Hoya Carrera. Tag Heuer already came up with a 60th anniversary edition of the Carrera, and the 30th anniversary of Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore, which they have just celebrated as well, in a version of the original Beast, fully executed in black ceramic. I predict we'll see some exciting new introductions in each of these product lines. He has already seen that in Carrera and the Royal Oak Offshore. Let's see what we will see for the Daytona, and also the discontinuation of some noteworthy models. I think that might be coming up from Tag Heuer, actually. I think they're going to do something with the Carrera line that might disappoint the vintage enthusiasts, because some of those limited editions, anniversary models that they have produced over the years might not be making a comeback after the 60th. But let's see what's going on. As a result, Paul Boutros continues, in my humble opinion, early examples of the Daytona, Carrera, and Royal Oak Offshore will see an increase in demand from collectors in 2023. That's a very, very healthy assessment, and I think that's a very well-founded prediction for 2023. because sometimes, when you look from a distance, you might think the market for vintage watches and contemporary watches is almost hermetically separated from each other. If you haven't spent enough time in the hobby, you might think people who collect vintage watches live uh, completely apart from people who collect contemporary watches, whether we are talking about the Rolexes and Pateks of the world, or these emergent and ever ascendant independents. But actually, there is a lot of interaction, a lot of transaction, and a lot of um, back and forth that goes on between uh, collecting vintage watches and the design, distribution, and collection of contemporary watches. A lot of times, for example, especially in times of economic uncertainty, heritage brands usually start tapping into their own archives to resurrect, to reiterate, to reproduce some of their trusted, most iconic pieces, which is the kind of situation that Mr. Boutros is talking about here. Um, and if you look at the specific case of Breitling, for example, which is a brand that has very consciously started rehabilitating their rather damaged reputation, they have done that by under new ownership, by focusing on some of the very well established models from their archives, and they have made very faithful reproductions, very exciting reissues of some of those models, like the Navi Timer reedition in the Cosmonaut Chronograph 41, but maybe more importantly, in a reissue of the 806, reference 806, what they call a re-edition, right, 1959, or for that matter, um, a re-edition of the Avi Copilot in reference 765, 1953 as well. So that renewal, that reinvigoration in the contemporary line was achieved by what Breitling did in resurrecting some of the iconic designs from their archive. That restored some trust in the brand, that restored an important and integral part of their reputation, and that added some important value to their contemporary lineup, which in return turned a lot of people's eyes to Navi timers, to other vintage Breitling chronographs from the mid-century, right? Even all the way back to the 40s, but especially from the 60s, in terms of the Navi timers and co-pilots of that era. So I agree with Paul Boutros 100%. I think these anniversary editions, which will probably be completed by the release of a certain kind of Daytona this year, and which will in turn probably increase the attention that people show to some of the vintage and new vintage examples of this models. Next up is Alexandre Kotby, who is the head of watches in continental Europe as well as the Middle East. For him, the biggest surprise of 2022. My surprises, Mr. Kotby says, are only half surprises because as the year advanced, the more they became evidence rather than a pure surprise. The first would be the 100% sell-through rate. Meaning absolutely all of the 1,700 watches, all of the 1,700 watches offered by Philips in the live or online auctions were sold. This is actually the second year in a row we accomplished this feat, Kotbi says, which is unheard of in the auction market and something that we are very proud of. It shows that the watches we had curated for our sales and the estimates we had given them received the market's approbation. And I think that's the best way to put it. It all starts with contacting the right people to source the right watches, put them together in a very well desired catalog where everything hangs together, where everything makes sense together, and then reaching out to potential buyers and making sure that they pay attention to pieces that would be of particular attraction to them. And of course, you have to find ways of choosing estimates, especially at that level which coincides with the reserve, so that you will lure people into bidding rather than scare them away. And I think they have done a splendid job this year in establishing that, in accomplishing that. The second surprise, according to Mr. Kotbi, was how well the market held up after the doom and gloom announced at the start of the war in Ukraine, rising inflation and interest rates. I'm not sure if I agree with this, but from Philips headquarters in Geneva, things might, of course, look different. But again, what Philips feels and experiences in the corner of the market that they very successfully control is not the same for a mid-sized dealer of pre-owned watches in the US, some of which have already folded. For others, this year has been a bloodbath from which they may never recover. The backpack dealers have almost completely disappeared or are on their death throes. So again, Philips is crème de la crème. They really separated themselves from the pack. But whether their situation actually can shine a light on the rest of the market is another question altogether. Of course, Qutbi continues, some hype watches saw their value decrease from their peak. I think this is actually more so the case with an average watch. Non-hyped watches, right? What are otherwise great value propositions? Other watches that have lots of inherent value in them from the standpoint of horology. There's so many watches like that that I've been following from the beginning of the year. And there are some that have been completely slashed 60, 70% off in terms of their price. Most of them have already been halved. I don't think I have had a watch on my list, on my so-called notepad, for example, on Chrono 24, that has not fallen down at least 30%. So I think that sort of value decrease is actually much more generalized than people are willing to admit. And in fact, that value decrease is usually the least when you focus only on hyped watches. Whereas if you take in a larger swath of the market, you will realize how steeply a lot of watches have fallen in terms of their market value, in terms of the trends. Collectors also showed their appetite for rare, top quality, modern, and vintage timepieces. M, who is M? Let me see. I will welcome you here. Hey, man, how are you?
What's going on, Lord?
Hey, Mitch, that's you. What's this new code name? This?
I think it's just because I'm joining through Discord, not through the actual
Okay.
YouTube link.
Okay, that's quite all right. How you been, man?
Oh, I guess not too bad.
Yeah, anything that you are excited about these days?
Yeah, it's finally getting warmer now. I guess our average temperature is now like 25 to 30 degrees, so it's a nice change of pace.
That's good. Yeah, that's like summer, bikini weather. That's
Yeah, it
like
kind of
bikini weather.
is. It kind of is. Yeah, 2 days ago we hit 40 degrees again, and yep. Yeah, people were out and about.
Nice. So I was going through some of the surprises of 2022 and some of the interesting predictions that the Philips watches team has for 2023. But after I finish this Alex Kotby's part, we can go back to our talk. I just had a few different sentences here. So his boldest prediction for 2023 is this: after the incredible increase in demand for steel sports watches, I think we'll see a rising interest in simpler time-only dress watches, which I think is already reflected in a lot of the turn towards the ever ascendant independents, most of which have as their hyped models their time only pieces, their most pure distilled version of their horological aesthetic. I think that's a great prediction as well. These will not systematically be austere two-handed watches. Collectors will reopen to the beauty of simplicity, and modern and vintage time-only watches will make a comeback. I agree wholeheartedly. In the past few years, we have seen that certain colors have become the flavor of the moment, such as salmon or green. I think that in 2023, we will see purple becoming the color of choice for manufacturers. This purple dial is one of Meech's favorites as well. That's great. I can't sign off before mentioning my beloved independent watchmakers. In the past years, the demand for independent artisanal watchmaking has exploded, whether for more classical makers such as F.P. Jean, Philippe Dufort, and Kari Voutilainen, or for more disruptive ones such as MB&F, De Bethune, and Urwerk. These manufacturers have been on the market for 15 to 20 years, and I think we'll now start to see the boom of a new generation. Recepe, of course, comes to mind, but there are more under the radar names such as Théo Offray, Sylvain Pinot, and Simon Prete. All right. So what do you think? Does purple interest you? Purple dials, or is it just the bluesy in the way that it turns purple by aging?
I don't know. Purple dials are going to be a very interesting thing because only a handful of brands will actually do it right. and it's usually not the brands that are accessible. So, like, I think Audemars, right? Audemars Piaget probably does the best purple. Of course, they probably is Stardust the right word? I don't know if it is, but they definitely make the dial seem a little bit more special, a little bit more
Mm.
unique. Versus, I don't know, let's take somebody like Omega, for example, who probably doesn't have the greatest purple dial. It's fairly probably just a very flat and boring purple dial. Um, so we'll see. I think it has to be done right, and I don't think a whole lot of brands will be able to pull it off.
What do you think about this piece, for example?
I like it. I like it. I got to be frank and honest with you.
Yes, sir.
I quite like it, but it's a bit feminine. I got to admit, yes, it's a bit feminine, especially when you throw it on a cheap Stingray strap there.
Cheap and nasty. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm a fan of the Stingray strap either, and I don't see why and how it goes with that particular color. I kind of like it, but this is a piece that they were offering, for example, in this striking blued gold version, and I think that's really amazing. I wouldn't want to change anything about that, but the purple is certainly original, and like you said, and I guess that's where Alex Kotbi sees an opportunity as well. It's not a color that they use very widely, that a lot of watchmakers actually employ with some sort of success. I guess we can look at Mose as well. You mentioned Audemars Piguet, but to me, Mose comes to mind maybe even more readily. Like, for example, I thought they had a few. Yeah, like the Pioneer Perpetual Calendar, for example.
Yeah, see, that's not bad. That's not bad at all.
Right?
I think, yeah, I think, like I said, it's going to be hit and miss with brands. Some will understand it, some won't.
I think this is very tasteful, actually, because in some ways it looks like burgundy or even blood red. Um, other From other angles, it looks very much like purple, even maybe with a slight tint of blue. But it's like a nice glass of wine, that kind of is a chameleon and looks uh, a different color from various angles. So that's a nice execution there of that color.
Well, I think Moser kind of figured out the balance is to not make the entire dial purple itself and keep the edges darkened up, and then let it get lighter as you get more towards the center there. I think that is a nice touch there.
Yeah, I think also, that as much as I like the old school Stella kind of look, um, where you have a lacquered dial, right? Like Rolex used to have an OP that people call grape, right? You remember
Yep.
that one?
Yep.
I mean, again, it's not like I disliked that, but I don't think it was as tasteful as this, which again is much more, much deeper, much more multi-layered. as an execution than the outright color. They have another watch that's in a similar dial color, but perhaps more red than purple in this case. But this is also very nice, and I know you like the kind of deep red colors on dials as well, especially because they're hard to find.
Yeah, correct. Yep.
Rolex's execution was, I think the idea is actually the same, but it's more eggplant than grape, I think. Let's see.
I
This
don't
is,
know. I think, because doesn't that have like a touch of green around the dial? Or no? Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't think it's bad. I don't. I just. I don't know. The 39 mil OPs are very very interesting because they're not hated, but they're not liked at the same time. I think because, quite frankly, the bezel was too large, making this watch look a lot smaller than what it technically was. It does kind of look very microscopic. Kind of does look like a lady's watch, if I'm being frank and honest with you. End of the day, though, it's still a great combination. Um, and it's a shame that I don't think Rolex will ever. I don't know. Never say never, I guess, but I don't think they'll come back with this combination anytime soon.
yeah, look, I mean, Rolex has a tendency to shelf things and then not really come back to it, at least not in the exact same way. But they do also, start cribbing some of their older designs and at least take certain cues out of them. So the color might make a comeback.
Maybe.
Okay, so we have about half an hour to go. I just want to remind you to again hit the like button if you haven't already. That really helps. Just that little bit of more exposure really matters for a small fry channel like me. So please don't hesitate. It's free, it doesn't cost anything, but it's actually something great you can do for the channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so. My goal is to reach 5,000 subs before the end of the year. I think with your help, I can do that. And with that being said, please feel free to send the shorts and any of the other 5 to 15-minute content that I usually have in my playlists. Please don't hesitate to share those far and wide and send to your friends so we can increase this community. As I've mentioned also, the giveaway for February has started with the first and last super chats of each live stream in February being entered into the raffle. So Bezels was the first today. SP is so far the last. If you want to take your chances, you can always enter there. Tomorrow's stream, which is a fundraising effort and a marathon that will start 2 hours earlier and will go as far as I can go, will have the exception where every single super chat will get you a number for the raffle, which again, as you know, gets decided on the live stream with the Google random number generator, which means the more super chats you make, the more you get in on a usual day, the first or last will get you an extra number, and all of the people who have so far gotten a number, who have so far been entered into the live stream, already have the numbers listed next to their YouTube handles on the community page. So go ahead and check that if you would like. Yeah. Do you have any other purple or burgundy or red dial watches that you like? Should we look at Audemars Piguet, as you mentioned, or do you have something else in mind?
No, I really don't. Not like you said, there really isn't a whole lot of them out there, so I really can't think of any off the top of my head.
I think you meant the Code 1159, right? That has
Oi, fike me dead.
like both a chronograph and a time and date in that eggplant.
I can't like the 1159. It's a poor man's AP. It's what you buy when you can't get Hot Steel Sports or Royal Oak, and you just buy this garbage instead. And just to say you are part of the Holy Trinity.
I mean, look, you said it. I didn't say anything, so that's good. It's good to have, but yeah, this is. Don't you think this watch is kind of eggplant emoji? No.
It is. Look, I'll say this. This watch would be great if this watch cost maybe about $5,000 tops. But other than that, this is a piece of shit. It's garbage.
Wow. Usually I feel like I'm going too hard on Code 1159, but I'm glad you took that weight off my shoulders. Obviously, people have been very hot for the new stainless steel range that was introduced. That has a few more cosmetic changes as well up its sleeve that makes it not necessarily a different watch altogether, but certainly a very different aesthetic. But that one does not actually have a similar shade, whether we are talking about the burgundy or eggplant, deep red, deep purple kind of color. The new steel series has that guilloche emanating concentric circle pattern in blue, in green, and finally in this taupe or smoked beige color scheme. It looks a little better and more balanced this way when they eliminate the date. But of course, this wouldn't pass muster with the Big Meech, would it?
Nah, it's fucking rapper's jewelry right there. Disgusting.
You're in top form again, Meech. This red is quite elegant, actually. I like this.
I agree. If I had to eat a 1159, if I had to eat the garbage, I guess this would be the one I'd take.
Yeah, you like this better than the purple?
I do, actually.
Right.
Don't they make this one in yellow gold as well? Yellow gold casing?
I don't want to speak off the top of my mind, but I feel like yellow gold. Let's see. I feel like it's only no. It's either white gold or pink gold or steel. Now, which is what they just introduced.
Interesting. I thought they made that one with that dial in yellow. My mistake.
No, I think 1159 still doesn't have have yellow gold as an option. Let's see what they have in pink. Yeah, I think that's actually just the white gold that comes like this. And then the pink gold comes with the aubergine, The eggplant dial. I think some colors are just exclusive to certain metals. Yeah, I'm not too hot in on code 1159, so I wanted to bring it up because you mentioned that Audemars Piguet also has purple dials, and that's one.
Well, I know they got one on the Royal Oak. Now, I don't know if that's a
Of
special
course.
edition or if that's a custom job, but it's basically on their, I wouldn't call it bust down casing, but I forget what the official term is. It's snow casing or whatever. Basically, it's just I don't know. It's hard to explain,
They
but it
have
looks
they have
nice.
it in they have it in tourbillon. I know that. For example,
Yeah, there you go. That one right there. It's kind of got like a sparkle around it and everything else. It's not a bust down, but it's
no, this one is the extra thin flying tourbillon. This is actually a reduced size. Um, I'm sure you mean something else that
it
is
just
probably there
sparkles like
tonight.
around the band and the bracelet. Like I said, it's like a very thin coat of something. I can't remember what it is. Anyways, regardless,
I mean,
besides the point, the dial
this
looks
one is
great.
just this one is just stainless steel, but there might be like a frosted
There you go,
finish
frosted.
or
There's
something
the
like that.
term.
Yeah. Okay. That's just the kind of finishing technique. Let's put it like that.
Hmm.
That makes it seem a different way, and they usually use that for gold. I don't think they ever do that in stainless steel. Not that it can't be done, but it's something they preserve for precious metals. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, right.
Let me see. We'll find a model like that, like this one, for example. You see? Is
Yep.
this what? Yep.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And yeah, man, imagine paying that much money for that shit of a dial.
It doesn't even exist, Mitch, for a non-existent dial.
That's a fair point, I guess.
um, yeah, you see, for example, they have it on this rainbow as well, the frosted finish on yellow gold, and similar open worked aesthetics, double balance. Honestly, I've never been a fan of skeletonized pieces or even open work dials as such. Sometimes I get intrigued, when there is, like, when there are chronographs, for example, um, and I can get a good sight um, of the column wheel from the face of the watch, so I can see when I engage the chronograph. I see how the column wheel shifts and switches. That's a
Right.
nice sight. But beyond somewhat gimmicky stuff like that, I don't really get that much taken in by an open worked or skeletonized dial. A great example of what I'm talking about, recently I saw on Chapek is pushing it pretty hard there. Antarctique, in that split second chronograph version, like this. Like where you have two column wheels, in fact. Well, the column wheel and the switching mechanism for the split second as well. With chronograph, in this layout, especially when you have the two registers brought all the way down to the lower half of the watch, you have a pretty unobstructed view of the entire mechanism, which can be intriguing, you know, if you're interested. Um, and this is a pretty cool piece, but again, it's I mean, at this point, it might seem like either unobtainable or a risky buy. I don't know if you know I don't know where people stand on that. I I think, you know, if I were actually shopping for a watch at that segment, it doesn't feel so bad. Of course, you have the pusher here to split the seconds. The chronograph pushers are pretty well integrated on the right band of the case. But you are talking basically about a watch that's almost 50,000 Swiss francs. So that's quite a sum, right? For an upstart brand at the end of the day.
Yeah, yeah, that's a huge risk. I mean, I wonder what the ROI would be on that, honestly.
It is a huge risk. That I can't say anything beyond that, honestly. Um, because at the end of the day, I think Chapek did kind of separate itself from the pack. They did, to a certain extent, attract attract a very energized interest that um, especially affected the orders for their sports watch, the Antarctique, which basically forced them to expand and stretch themselves beyond their means, at least at that initial stage. I think they have just bought and expanded their manufacture, like bought an annex and expanded their manufacture, or rather bought a new manufacturer, I think, and expanded their production capability. I think they will eventually catch up, but that's that's a very interesting transitional point for any young brand, right? If you have somehow made your mark with a certain offering and with ideally your quality, which I love in their Quai de Berg, the 7-day power reserve dress watch, for example, with those beautiful guilloche dials. Will you be able to sustain it, over the course of the time? What would happen, for example, if after the expansion and after they ramp up production, suddenly people start noticing all these shortcomings in the watches, let's say? That will take away the entire sheen of the brand very quickly. Now they're on ascendance. Now they are kind of gaining in recognition and, in a lesser extent, in value. But what would happen if they don't grow in a healthy and proportionate manner?
Right.
All right. Well, guys, it's midnight here. I have about 10 more minutes. So if you have any watch related questions, feel free to direct it with a super chat. The last super chat of the day, again, will be entered into the raffle for the lime green dial Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers collaboration. Um, Tomorrow's live stream is dedicated to those affected by the earthquake in the Near East, in Syria and Turkey especially. And in that case, every single person who is who super chats there will be entered with a number for each super chat into the raffle, and the entire proceeds of super chats from that live stream will be donated at the end of that marathon to the UNICEF, earmarked specifically for children in Syria and Turkey. So I hope some of you can come on board. I hope you can jump on the panel. I hope you can talk in the chat and help us talk about watches tomorrow, so we can raise some consciousness and ideally also some funds to help people out, help children out specifically. There are more than 20,000 people now among those who have passed, more than 300,000 people displaced and left homeless, and so many people who have lost their entire families, even if they themselves have survived. So it's a very heartbreaking, very soul crushing, and very desperate situation, honestly. So I hope you can at least drop by and show your support. What else is going on in your life, Mitch? Do you did you start drinking again? Did you start drinking more? Did you are you continuing to drink less and live a healthier lifestyle?
It's a very interesting time to have an AA meeting, I guess. But no, I haven't. No, I haven't really started drinking at all here, actually. Let's see. When would the next holiday be here? See, I'm still an alcoholic at the end of the day here, so I do have a
That's what I
countdown.
was gonna say. Like, if that sounds like an alcoholic speaking.
Oh, hey, you know what they say,
I drink on holidays, and when's the next holiday
So the next holiday would technically, if you want to get down to it, next holiday is Valentine's Day, but I'm not gonna. Next holiday would be St. Patrick's Day. So we got another month before that, and then after that would be you would have Easter. But anyways, no, other than that, no, I haven't really got a whole lot going on the burner right now. So
Wait, Mitch doesn't have any plans for Valentine's Day? Is that what we are saying now?
no, I got plans here, but it's not exactly appropriate to mention such plans on a family friendly show. So
Okay. All right. Well, those sound like good plans to me, I think.
yeah,
Yeah.
man, yeah. The only thing though is I hate driving in the city. It's like I don't know. So the plans involve going into the Twin Cities. I just hate driving in the Twin Cities in general. I am one of those people who probably would cause more accidents, just because
Whoa.
you know. But whatever. It is what it is.
But
It should be interesting though.
honestly, Mitch, I mean, it doesn't make sense. You are why do you drive anyways? It's just one day. If you are gonna drink, just get a cab back, especially in this.
Oh no. So
No.
for the Valentine's Day thing, it's so dinner reservations are up in the Twin Cities, and then
Okay.
yeah. So I like I said, I don't tend to drink on Valentine's Day. I don't know. Drinking on Valentine's Day is, I don't know. Yeah, no, it's a bit weird, I guess. It's a bit weird. It makes more sense to get fucked up on St. Patrick's Day because everyone's getting fucked up on St. Patrick's Day.
It makes a lot of sense. I remember this silly little radio commercial, probably a decade ago or something. But it starts with like someone in a very somber way talking about Saint Patrick as the patron saint of Ireland and of the Irish and so on and so forth, and then starts to talk about how that is the origin of the holiday, and someone just says it's just about beer, man.
Yeah.
That was literally the commercial. I think it's very disrespectful on some level. On the other hand, not many people show respect at this point for Saint Patrick as a saint's day, as a name day or something like that. So can't blame the copywriters for for marketing.
I mean, on the flip side of the coin, too, you can argue the fact that Christmas is all about presents, too, So
Right. Right. But I love, by the way, how we quickly pivoted from talking about X-rated plans for Valentine's Day to basically a conservative radio host territory, saying like, man, they forget the name of Christ in Christmas or something like that. It's great pivot.
No, I mean, like I said, just in general, I hate driving in the cities. I mean, you just see, first off, you got the construction that you have to kind of fight around. And if you're not from that area, you may not know of all the secret passageways to kind of get from point A to point B. And then you got the traffic that you got to deal with. Then you got to deal with the idiots such as myself who don't know how to drive and whatnot. And it becomes a very long day. It's just a pain in the ass.
Yeah, man. So the logistics are a little difficult to figure out if you actually end up drinking on Valentine's Day. This is what you're saying essentially.
Oh no, like if I don't drink at all when I'm up in the Twin Cities. I take that back. There was one time, me and my buddy actually were up there, and we stayed the night. But I don't drink at all, especially even when I was a heavy drinker. I would not drink when I was up in the Twin Cities.
Unless you're getting a hotel room. I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah, but usually even then it's just I don't know. Around my area, yeah, I'll drink and get a hotel room all the time. But like when I buy a watch or something like that up in the Twin Cities, they'll offer you the champagne or the scotch or whatever. I kind of typically decline and say, hey, I just want to get the watch. We'll have a small chat here, and I want to get the fuck back on the road here. Because so what I'll typically do is I'll take off at like 9, 8 in the morning and be up there by like around noon. I shoot the shit for like 1 to 2 hours, and then I'm the fuck out of there before the 5 o'clock hour traffic hits, which usually starts around 4 o'clock. So.
Okay.
It is kind of a bummer though, because I did get offered when I bought, what was it? Yeah, I think it was when I bought my my Omega Speedmaster. They did offer me a 10-year-old Scotch. Offered me a glass of it, and I had declined. So it is what it is.
I mean, there are, people. A lot of snobs go after, older, more aged expressions, but I think there are a lot of good 10-year-olds there. I would never miss on the opportunity of a dram of scotch. So I agree that you should have missed out.
A free drink is a free drink. That's the way I look at it. But
that's also true. That's also true.
I don't know. They're kind of stingy. I mean, I get it at the same time. I'm only buying like a Speedmaster or whatever, but sometimes they are a little bit like stingy. Like, I think what was it when I bought my yeah, I think it was when I bought my Submariner. No, actually no, I take that back. It was when I bought my JLC Reverso. I I asked, I said, well, can you perhaps give me a nice parting gift here? Maybe like a nice bottle of scotch or whiskey. And he said, unfortunately, the only thing we can give you is a giant bottle of water. I'm like, Jesus Christ. 20 minutes ago, you were offering me a glass of wine. I mean, come on now. Yeah, it is
Yeah.
what it is.
I mean, again, I don't know, honestly, because in that case, again, I understand, it depends on what you purchase, right? If it were a real heavy hitting piece that's much more expensive than a
Right.
Speedmaster, they might have given you a parting gift. But here's the thing. I mean, especially if it's wine, right? If it's not at the time of closing, they open that wine and it's gone. I mean, they're not gonna get drunk on the job. They might imbibe a little bit, but they're not gonna finish the
Right.
bottle themselves. And it's not like tomorrow, unless they have like a nice decanter and they really know what they're doing, and it depends on the wine. Even then, it'll probably be vinegar tomorrow, or by the time they get back to it, whenever that would be. So it doesn't make sense. I mean, if it's wine, they should have just given you that bottle and sent you off like that. But hey, man,
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of these luxury boutiques at this point don't even give you sparkling water. You have to ask for it. So,
Yeah.
whereas
Yeah.
that used to be the first gesture a lot of times, that you know, may I get you some water?
Oh,
But
yeah. I still get offered. So I think the one question that still throws me for a loop is when I go to my Rolex boutique uh, closest to me.
mm,
They always ask me, all right, do you want water? And I'll say yeah, and then they'll follow it up with, do you want it room temperature? Do you want it cold, or do you want sparkling water? And that, to me, I always have to think about that for like a minute. I'm like, what the fuck? And like, just give me some water. But yeah, no, that's kind of a, I don't know. Is that a bit of an odd question? Is that a bit of an odd question, or am I overthinking that?
I think you're overthinking. I think there's not much to, you know. Yeah, it is what it is. I wish these things didn't become such a delicate dance to begin with, so we didn't have to think about, what does this mean?
Well, I don't even think it's that. I think it's just I've never heard somebody offer me like, "Oh, would you like room temperature water?" Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, you either just give me a glass of water, or you
Uh-huh.
don't have ice cold water. Like one of the two. To me, that throws me for a loop. I've never been offered room temp water.
Uh-huh. Why do you want room temperature water though? Anyway.
Oh, I mean, that's the thing. Like, why? Like, why? Like, who offers that? Like, realistically, who offers that? Like, I just say, just give me a bottle of water. Like,
I don't know, man.
uh,
I kind of like, you know, um look, I mean, in the US, people are very, very liberal with their iced, iced water or ice use. I
right.
hadn't, before I came to this country, I hadn't seen uh, entire pitchers with, like, half of it crushed ice. That that seems, on the one hand, kind of wasteful. Two, also just too cold a lot of times. So I understand sometimes when people ask, like, I'd rather have something room temperature so I don't, like, break my teeth and,
Yeah,
you know
I
through
understand.
my
But to me,
throat.
like when I think of room temperature water, I think of like water that hasn't been refrigerated, right? So like, like who
Yeah.
sits around and says, "Yeah, you know what would be really nice? Some warm water." Like I don't that doesn't click with me, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I mean, these places are well ventilated and air conditioned spaces, so even the room temperature will probably not be warm. But I know what you mean.
I don't know. I mean, they offer me they offer me drinks a lot of the times, and I think I think they only do it because they know I'm going to decline most of the time.
Hmm.
But yeah, I mean, doesn't matter where I go. I get offered drinks fair amounts, usually either champagne or scotch. The boutique closest to me, actually, funny enough, actually, the boutique closest to me really doesn't have anything for scotch or whiskey. I think they keep like one or two bottles on hand just for
Hmm.
really special occasions for VIPs. But honestly, like 9 times out of 10, they give me like they'll offer you like a beer menu essentially. So that's kind of what everyone drinks around here, anyways.
Mm. All right. So this has been our show. Uh, I've been on for about 4 hours, and towards the end, I had the good fortune of Big Meech joining me. Um, so we have two super chats basically. Bezels and SP both entered, therefore, the raffle. I'm closing the show now unless someone squeezes something in. SP will get number. I'm looking now. SP is getting number 16. Right. I've sent the link there again for tomorrow's fundraising marathon. So click the link, bookmark it, turn on notifications, whatever else. And please come and join us with your support, even if it's just clicking the like button, even if it's just contributing something in the chat, spreading the information, raising consciousness, or jumping on the panel and helping us talk watches. I will see you then, which is at 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 9 p.m. on the East Coast, 8 p.m. Central Time, 1 a.m. on February 11th in London, 2 a.m. In Paris, and 5 a.m. in the region that was most affected by the earthquake of Monday morning. I hope to see many of you there. And until then, I bid you adieu. Thank you, Mitch, and thank you everyone for your presence and support. Bye.